Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. How you guys been doing? How's the world been? He asks at 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. It's when we're starting up this live stream. You know what? I've just reminded myself I should check the recording drive and see that we've got space. We've got 16.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Holy goodness. R miscolored. And thank you, Jermaine, but R miscolored, hell of a notification. You like that? You like big veiny cock? It's shocking what Twitch will let you send out as a notification message and what they won't. I wasn't able to put GTFO in the notification message recently, but big veiny cock, those can all be, nondescript, and that's like why I do that, is, to poke the bear a little bit, to be like, you can't fucking censor language this way, like, stupidly. You can't do this. It's dumb, because I can always, imply something worse than the thing you won't let me say. I can always that's the beauty of language. I can always make it worse. I never clicked so fast as Spoopy Time 13. And Speed Nintendo is here as well. I only clicked because I saw that as a notification. I was very confused. We'll be modeling a big veiny cock today. 3D modeling. I didn't realize it would be such effective clickbait. I was just, it's 11 p.m. I'm just messing with Twitch, baby. It's what I do. I gotta delete some of our old recordings here, so whatever those were, they're gone now, and that means now on the M drive, we have 37 gigs, and that'll be enough for this live stream, no matter how long it goes. How y'all doing tonight, huh? With your big veiny cocks. I love it. I intended to do some 3D modeling today, which that's not the right one. That is in theory. Ooh. And it worked, too. This is Welcome to Blender. I intend to do some 3D modeling today. We can do a big veiny cock. We really can't. That is, Twitch will actually have a problem with if I stop using the words and just start doing, just modeling a high-definition sculpting.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
I mean, yeah, Speed Nintendo, seen some people get away with some interesting stuff. There is a point at which, Twitch would just have to sit there, even if, Twitch administrators were sitting watching chat and I was stating my intention to sculpt a big veiny cock, they would have to sit and watch and wait until we got to a certain point. And if I just sort of veer off at a certain point in the sculpt, then, I turn it into a tree that looks like kind of mildly a big veiny cock tree, then what are they going to do? But yeah, this is the real life, sadly. I do apologize. So, as you can see, I've made us a cube. Starting out, I wanted to show you that we're gonna start the live stream. I have no idea what to do here. I'm gonna let you in the inside of some GameDev.tv. Some special information. Ooh, yeah, I'll allow the execution, but just this once. I'm gonna let you on the inside of some. I'm just gonna give you my opinion of this Game Dev TV course, which I've done consistently for every single live stream that we've been doing while I've been taking this course, whether it's been about Blender or not, because most of them haven't. But we've only done one other Blender thing, actually, when I was doing my garage band interior space thing. But I'm going to give you my opinion. This is the Week 6, Section 7 of GameDev.tv's Ultimate Blender course. The assignment was to make your own beast. But I'll tell you what, if you just went ahead and started working on your own beast without working through the actual coursework, which was GameDev.tv's character creator course, character creator, yeah, it's like sculpting characters for gaming, is something like that in the title of it. If you just skipped ahead and just made your own thing, it didn't work exactly through this course thing, you really lost. You missed out on something. This is really good. This is a really good course. This is the best of all of the courses that I've taken on GameDev.tv for anything, honestly. I think it's fair to say that for Blender, for Unreal, for C++, all the courses I've taken on GameDev.tv, this was the best of them. Best instruction, best, most consistent. Course material was here and ready and waiting for us. I didn't have to fight for anything. We might as well go to rendered here. Am I on? It looks like I'm not using Eevee, so we'll switch back over to Eevee for the sake of the live stream here. Because yeah, this is Cycles. Although it's probably no big deal, because I won't be, making too much of adjustments. It's easier on everybody if I just throw it over to Eevee. But Eevee is the renderer. This is my orc. And as a matter of fact, let's go to this and break out of the camera mode. This is my orc after running through the character creator course. And I'm incredibly happy with it. I think it came out better than the instructors, Grant Abbott's. I think mine's better. Although Grant's is more like unique and individualistic. I specifically kept my orc being generic because I wanted to have something off of which you could then build more, unique characters. But if in the middle of the build you decide to make it into an incredibly unique thing, then it's going to be hard to go back from there. I mean, you can go back from there with like incremental saves, and I made 84 incremental saves getting to this point with my orc. But like then any of the finish up, touch up works and all that kind of stuff, like once you've rigged that one, then you'd have to like rig a new one. So it's better to like finish with something that's a little bit generic. If that's your intention anyway, to have something you can build off of. And Kenneth is here. It's one hell of a notification. Have fun with your orc. I need to sleep. Big veiny cock. That's what are you gonna do, man? Everybody loves it. What's under the skirt? Ooh, where Miss Colored wants to know what's under there. Well, you can see he's got a bit of a bulge, so he's packing something. Could be big veiny cock. And then out back here, apparently we've got some problems because, in fact, what you're looking at right now is the re-topology. This is just the re-topology. So goodness, how am I gonna like get rid of all the crap that's in? Just keep you just make the rig go away. All right, let's hide the rig from view, right? And then if we go over here and we tab into this, so we've just lost all the posing by doing that. We haven't lost it, it's just it's been turned off anyway. But this is my re-topology work apparently. Really? Did I do that? I don't think I did. I guess I did this in my re-topology. So basically the process of getting to this orc was this orc over here. Oh god, take him out of that mode. Process of getting to this orc over here was you carve yourself, you sculpt yourself a really high poly, high face count, beautiful, incredible looking model of what you want. And you kind of do it in phases. You start out with a certain level of detail and then get more and more detailed over time. But first you start from a big high poly thing, and then you bake it down to a lower poly guy. So if you see the statistics over here, what we're looking at right now, just has 18,000 faces in the orc's body. And then with all the other like equipment that he's wearing and stuff, it gets up to 44K because I've thrown subdivision modifiers, subdivs on kind of everything. So I could reduce that as well if I was, fine with the lower fidelity. But so you start out making a really, incredibly high poly sculpt, and then you get in here and you do the re-topology. You make another model that's kind of wrapping around your high poly sculpt. God, that looks like some friggin' Beetlejuice stuff right there. So you do your re-topology, a low poly sculpt where you're just laying out enough faces so that you can sort of project. You can subdivide those faces into more detailed stuff, but you can project the high detail down onto a low detail one. So what we were seeing there in the rendered mode, local viewport is at 0 right now. Yeah, local viewport is at 0 right now. So right here, what we're looking at is just 5,000 faces in the orc's body. How did that get switched over? Why did it go from 20 to whatever? But so I can turn this up. And the first level, you can see how, like, especially in here, you can see how much detail, how much it kind of sucks onto. You know, it shrinks onto him because we've used a shrink wrap modifier in order to grab down onto him. That's all gone at this point, by this stage in the thing, but that's how we got to this point. And so each level of fidelity increases the number of faces that we've got to give us higher and higher levels of detail. So at 3 subdivisions, look at this guy. Look at the level of, like, skin stuff that's going on there. Look at the amount of bumps he got. It's a little bit overblown lighting-wise in the back, but, you know, pay no mind. And his butt is poking through. Why is his butt poking through? I guess it's the pose. It's the pose, and I just didn't check that. I did actually do some weight painting on the loincloth here in order to try and make it so that this kind of thing wouldn't happen, but I was gentle with it. I didn't overdo it, and so I guess I just didn't look to see if the loincloth was poking through, because I didn't, you know, you get to a certain point and you're like, okay, I'm done with this. I've been working on it for like 10 days, or I think it was actually 7 days, actual days that I worked on this, so 1 week. It might have been between 7 and 10, I'm not sure. But yeah, 1 level of subdivisions is actually pretty fine when we render it. In fact, I'll just show you the renders. No, like, we can render, especially in Eevee we could render. You know what? I want to change my render settings anyway for cycles. So we're going to switch over to cycles. And let me just make sure that we're just using GPU here. I just looked at a YouTube video for optimizing your cycle settings and stuff like that, and so I want to give it a try. Number 1 for the local viewport. I don't find that the noise threshold thing works out well for me, denoise and everything like that. When I start moving this around, I want responsiveness. I don't want to have to wait for it to, like, there's a chunkiness when it tries to do the noise threshold and the denoise and stuff like that, and I would rather have it be smooth. So I just max out the samples at 100. But I'm going to do that for this as well. And I'm going to set the noise threshold down to something like 0.1, which is what we would have here anyway. And the denoise is on. And then what else we got? We're going to turn the light tree off. I've been told that that can help with rendering time. Advanced, not really a thing. Light paths, we're not going to mess with the total number of, like, bounces or anything that you can get off of light. But if I go down to film, we can get, like, better fidelity if we change this from 1.5 pixels to just 1 pixel, is something that I don't know, I'm just giving it a try, what I've heard. And then down in performance here, a lot of little things could be changed. We could go to 512 on the tile size here. So that we're using less memory. We can turn persistent data on so that it doesn't have to, like, rebuild a whole bunch of the rendering, what's it called? All the optics structures that it builds in on the graphics card and stuff like that. We can just use the old ones when we're able to use the old ones anyway. Is there anything else that's I could or should change in here? These are all the ones that off the top of my head, I remember these being, like, you know, recommendations for ways that you can optimize. I'm not going to mess with color management. I don't think any of that had anything to do with anything. And then, yeah, we're reducing the number of samples, and we're relying on the denoise to kind of clean everything up for us, which isn't how I've done it before. I've always kept a pretty reasonable amount of samples, but anyway, let's go ahead and do a live render here. And what are we going to get? We're going to get 2 subdivisions. Let's go up to, well, 2 subdivisions would be, if we start at 5,000, then it's 20,000, then it's 80,000 would be the render. The render would be 80,000. I'm going to go up to 300,000 faces. And we'll go ahead and throw an F12, throw a render at the system here, and see how it works during the live stream. You know, it's a very GPU intensive thing. We're using the GPU to encode the live stream. But we've reduced how much memory is being consumed by doing it in these 512 pixel sort of area. Before I zoomed out, you could see it happening, and I'll have to wait for it to finish and denoise the whole thing before it'll pop back up. And there you go. So in just 100 cycles, we get a render of this quality, which looks pretty damn good to me. Pretty hard to distinguish from the 225 cycle. I was doing before. Incidentally, you can notice here that the belt is popping through. That's again like a weight painting issue. And you know, if you were really rigging this guy up to be used in serious animation, you take your time and do a lot more weight painting and try and get things right with the rigging on this body. Incidentally, with the rigging on this body, since we do have the rigging on this body, if I turn you down to, in the viewport, 0, it's probably the best thing that I could do for myself there, and we head over to pose mode here, then I can grab this guy and, using inverse kinematics, move him as far as he can stretch to get anywhere. You'll note in the back here that we've got the foot lifted up a little bit. And it feels to me like this toe bone, then, these toe bones are probably a little bit too far forward. I would want the bend in this, boot to be happening back here, but it looks like it's happening really close to the steel toe, which works okay, but I would want there to be a bend in the sole and the leather that's back there if I were really rigging this up for permanent stuff. In terms of the weight painting that we did do in the course, let's see, how do I even get a hold of all that stuff? Head back out to object mode, grab the rig, and then grab the part that you want to look at, and head over to weight paint mode. And we've painted the head so that the head is exclusively attached to this bone here, which I think I alt-click on. And that's another thing, is the reason why I didn't go forward with more weight painting is it's just so incredibly inconvenient in Blender. Goodness, though, it's inconvenient. If we head over to, I need the rig, and I think I need to grab it from object mode. Go back to object mode, grab the rig, over here to the bone collection. If I want to efficiently and effectively do weight painting, then I gotta kind of hide all this stuff, and apparently there's a show all button, but there's not a hide all button, and so you end up having to do this, drag down the eyeballs thing to get to the end, and then you just want to hang on to your deformation bones there, and then we go back at, see, this is why it's just such a friggin' nuisance. So we've got the orc rig, we've got the orc body, and now we head back into weight paint mode, and now when I alt-click on a bone, it will be the bone that controls the thing. So you can see that the head bone has been normalized too, but exclusive control over the head. None of the other bones will mess with that one. But also down here, the hip bone. The hip bone's connected to the, what the fuck? I guess this is, I have to, it's so annoying. Back into object mode, and then grab the orc rig, but then grab the loincloth, and then back into weight paint mode. And you can see the work that I did here to try and make it so that when you move one of these bones forward, in fact it's the thigh bone, not the hip bone, but the thigh bone, when that moves forward, it should keep the edge of the loincloth with it. So when I do grab, if I head over to VEINY, so you've got to exit to go to there, and then grab the rig, and then go to pose mode, and oh, and then my bone collections aren't showing, so I guess I'll show all the bone collections. So if I grab this guy and we focus, if we could possibly even be able to focus on, just watch it over here, I guess. If I raise this foot up, okay, but like on the Z, maybe. Okay, yeah, hi, how you doing? That's great. I'm just trying to show you that it would move with the thing, but Blender and the posing, and okay. You, on the Z, is it because I was snapping, that's the thing. So pull up, and he moves with it, and actually the only reason that you're seeing any pop through there is because if I exit object mode, or if I exit pose mode back over to object mode, and I grab onto my guy, over to his modifiers, and push him up by 1, then we start to get the, enough topology in there for it to actually bend with the thing. However, we also have an ambient occlusion map that's been baked onto the skin of our orcs. So frequently when you move the guy around, you see stuff that you wouldn't want to see, including, for example, if we get real close here, and you may not have noticed this in the render we did earlier, but I did eventually, we can see the ambient occlusion shadow popping through as the belt here, the strap for the pauldron has been shifted as well. So there's a lot of little things here that have just been left kind of in a state because I couldn't be bothered. But Armis Color did ask earlier what's under the skirt. So let's answer that question. I'm just going to revert. I just changed all my rendering settings in this damn thing, and then I didn't say... we're moving on from the orc pretty immediately here. So back to you, and rendered, and whatever. Get up to there. So I'm going to hide the rig, and then I'm going to grab the wearables and just make those go away. And this is our guy. And this is... Alright. This is what's under the skirt. There's your big veiny cock that started out the live stream. But yeah, this is because we've got an ambient occlusion map on there. If I go into shading, I should be able to just turn that off as soon as I figure out where it's coming from. There's the cavity map. Color. Here's the AO, so I can just remove that. And then if we go back over to the render here, and the AO is gone. And also I feel like, we need to at least have one level of subdivisions on here, or else he looks, really bad. He looks very polygonal, let's say. But this is what's underneath the loincloth. Boy's got cakes. Boy has some cakes. I spent a good amount of time on them cakes, baking those for you. But yeah, pretty chuffed with how this came out. Like my teeth work, like my face work quite a lot. Oh yeah, just go back over to Eevee. It's just so much smoother. It's getting there. Give us a second. There we go. But yeah, real happy with the face work. Lot of little subtle touches and stuff like that. I mean, you look at the shading workspace over here, and it's not exactly a super complicated thing, but you see how many like different texture maps that we've got. We've got a color map, we've got an ambient occlusion map, we've got a cavity map, we've got a normal map, and we got a roughness map. And those are all different things that haven't just been baked, but have been, in depending on the circumstance, depending on which map we're talking about, they have been painted on in the texture painting mode. For example, these lips here. These lips on the roughness mask have been given a lower. I've painted on a lower roughness, so that they have more of a shine than, other portions of the guy. And very subtle stuff has been done with that as well. The face and the hands in general, I think I've given them a lower roughness to get a little bit more shine on them, but other parts of the body, I just, places where I thought it would look nice. So there's, in fact, if we were to look at that, if we go over to the shading workspace, and we move in like this. And then the roughness map, which is here, should be able to just Control-Shift-click on it. And now we're looking at the roughness map. So, you can see that I've shined up his nipple. Wait, is that right? Yeah, because the darker the value here, the shinier that it will be. We're talking about roughness, so a higher value closer to white is more roughness, so a lower value is more shine. And so you can see that I've painted in his lips to be a bit darker and to give us a bit more shine. If we go to the hands, I said I thought that I did a little bit there. And yeah, you can see some of this has just come from the portion of the roughness map that was baked. But I have come back and dusted things hither and thither where I felt like they should be rougher or shinier. And so them nipples there shine a bit more than, your average thing. I didn't shine up the butt, unfortunately. I think I probably would want to. So that's your roughness map. If we look at just the color map, this is the... Boy, it looks pretty bad there, doesn't it? This is the painting that's been done with color. And you can see here just how much, red has gone into this otherwise very green orc. When everything gets done, he still looks green, and if anything, the red areas end up looking sort of yellow and maybe just darkened in general. But the idea here is that the red has been added for, the places where on a human body, we don't know what an orc body is, so I can get away with anything. But on a human body where you would be seeing more color because you're seeing more of the blood under the skin, under the tissue, coming through. So where the skin is thinner, or where there's just a lot more, lot more bloody tissue, including on the hands and things. You can see that I've dusted the hands with a fair bit of red, where you would expect those to be warm. The nipples and the thin places between the muscles and stuff. I've gotten in there and I've done a lot of little stuff. So that's just your color map. And then this was just the ambient occlusion map, which throws shadows wherever there are things that are nearby. So it looks awful, and that's why we turned it off. And then we've got the cavity map, which just helps with deepening, deepening any cavity, but making bumps and ridges and stuff pop out. And so you can see the difference in the grayscale is pretty subtle, but you get a hell of a effect out of that subtlety. And then we've got our normal map, which if you've never seen a normal map, it's very purpley like this. We went over to the UV editing or the texture map space, or if I just flipped this over to the image editor, then this is what a normal map looks like, laid out flat. And the weird thing is that I have in the past actually, I think, painted a normal map by hand. When I was messing with Kerbal Space Program modding, I just looked at it and I was like, hey, I think I get this. The blues are it's a high ridge, there's a low ridge, you can sort of fake a normal map if you're handy in a 2D environment. But so that's the normal map, which gives the artificial bumps, the artificial raises and lowerings of things. And then we had started with the roughness, and so we're back to it. But if we look at it all combined, we get something like this. Sans the AO map that I turned off. And yeah, damn happy with this. I feel like my musculature is reasonable. It's not necessarily perfectly in line with human musculature, but I was happy to take little liberties and to not have to worry about it because it's an orc. So, try and tell me, you give me Grey's Anatomy for fucking orcs and I'll follow it to the letter, bastards. I get to doing a monster, you get to do whatever the hell you want. But yeah, that's our orc. Real happy with that. Show you the final renders that I did make. Just got to get there under my 3D work directory on the iDrive, and then under renders, and then under coursework. Where's renders? Renders there, coursework is here. And so, in fact, here, starting from the beginning of the orc, this was my first render. I did a lot of work before I bothered to do, the first render. But this is just of the high poly 3D sculpt, is basically what we're looking at there. And then this was the beginning of the baking, the detail down process. So we've gone from, this is a either 5 or 20 million face model right there. And then this is a 5,000 face model. And you'll see it sucked to the surface because this is the retopology that then gets shrink wrapped in order to, look a little bit more like the original. And so this is, I believe this is 20,000, about 20,000 faces. And then this is 300,000 faces. So a lot of detail to be had there, but this was the beginning of the process. So then we did texture painting and we baked some more stuff down and got to here with the guy. And this is, again, I think this is our 20,000 version, and this is our 300,000 version. So if I back and forth there, you can see the slight added depth you get out of the higher, significantly higher count, but for, 10 times more resolution, is that really worth it? Only if you're doing a close-up, really. And then finally was posing. And so this is my guy posed at, again, around 20,000 faces, and then this is him posed at around 300,000 faces. These were the final renders, full lighting, studio style 3.3 light lighting system. And yeah, super chuffed at that. Came out real good. I'm a happy boy. If I were to, come back to this and continue working on it, I would get rid of the belt buckle entirely. I would come up with something that is less distinct because, again, I would build this guy to be generic first so that you can then take him and manufacture distinct, unique people. Scar him up, put, one eye and that kind of thing. Give him all kinds of whatever his little things are going to do. I would get rid of that entirely. I would redo this loincloth that is just cartoonish in comparison to the beauty of the modeling here. But I felt like I got here for two reasons. Number one was how the instructor brought us into doing the loincloth. I wouldn't have done it that way, I don't think. I think there's better ways to, better sort of workflows when you know that what you're working toward is supposed to be fabric, possibly involving physics, because you can do that. You can just turn physics on and run it a little bit and get a perfect, beautiful drape. And so why am I carving this in? Well, we were carving it in because that was, it was a teachable moment. This was about sculpting. So there's that. But also, I was working with a mouse. There was no tablet involved in this at any point. And so you can sculpt something that looks like fabric on a tablet. So easy. So easy. Because of the pressure sensitivity, just allows you to do all of the things that it's just 2 minutes and you've got something that looks convincing. With a mouse, this is exactly the worst thing to have to do with a mouse. Like, look at everything else here. I had no trouble carving all of this up, doing all this kind of sculpting with the mouse. And look how good it looks at the end of the day. Look at how much detail I've got in the face. It's brilliant. It's beautiful. It works. There's no downside to a mouse, except for very specific things. And that it's going to take you longer, and I could have achieved a lot better, but I just wasn't going to put the time in. It's not worth putting the time in with the mouse there, unless you're going toward a finished work that is going to production or something. But in this instance, I was like, that's a waste of my time. This would take a long time using a mouse to get something that looks good. And honestly, even the instructors he wasn't happy with his at the end either. So the loincloth, I would get rid of that. I would redo it entirely. I would probably use physics or something to get something that's more more interesting and more real. These armor guards for the boot armor guards, they'd be gone. I would redo these from scratch. Again, it was a teachable moment. Instructor had us break off the front of a low poly boot structure and, duplicate that, make it its own object, separate it, and then build it from there. I wouldn't do that. I would make them from scratch, and they would look good, and they would be built in such a way as to not lose the light when the character's knee is, facing down. Which I guess isn't something that you do with modeling, but I would retexture these so that they don't get lost. There's not so much reflectivity, I guess, but I would just start from scratch on those. Maybe even the toe caps. The toe caps are okay. The steel toe boots are okay. All of the leather I would rough up, but again, just couldn't be asked. And I would redo the horns. I would probably just redo all of this stuff. Yeah. I would keep the boots, the straps, probably the steel toe. These belts I would keep, I might add some topology to them so that they work around the guy a little bit better. But, and I like the general shape of this, but I don't like how it came out. I'd probably redo it entirely. Germasian suggesting different versions of the orc here, saying you could do a suit of armor, you could have him, a bowman's outfit, you could have one where he's barefoot. Unfortunately, we didn't do the bottom of the legs or the feet. Had a choice, talked about it during the course. An instructor was like, we could, and if you want to, go ahead, but I'm not gonna. And I was like, well, yeah, I just carved up these hands, so I don't think I need to be bothered doing feet there. Really happy with just how much kind of lizard-like skin that's happening in here. It's very, I like it. I'm super chuffed with the part that I put most of my effort into and that I cared the most about. This accoutrement, this ephemera, I didn't even like the way that we were going about it from the start, making these incredibly low poly things. And then it was a lot of teachable moments. I could tell that. I could feel that. I didn't need the teaching. I followed along, but my heart wasn't in it. My heart was in the making of the orc. And the way that I've posed him here, in the course, final pose had like a fist, using the rigging in order to pull one of the hands into a fist, which can be a little bit tricky, and so it's important to do it. I did go through the process and get a fist that looked, plausible. I didn't like it. I don't see my orc as being a villain. Look at the posture I've given him, and I've specifically given him a posture that is, in my mind, what this is he's ready to defend himself. He's not coming for you. Look at the posture. Read that posture. What does it say to you? His hands are open. They're not clenched. He's not prepared for battle. He's ready to walk away, but he's not gonna, he's standing his ground. He's ready for anything, but he's not attacking you. Just because he's an orc doesn't mean he's the bad guy. Armis Colored says he's ready for a bro hug. Yeah. He's ready for anything in this posture. Even his facial expression isn't like, oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I gave him a face that the viewer imparts, whatever they see onto it. And so if you looked at this guy and you, thought, ooh, scary looking orc, then you're a racist. You're an orc racist. Because there's nothing in this posture or in how he's looking at you, and you look closely, that says that he's your enemy and that he's here to kill you. He could be on your team. He could be running with you in your D&D campaign, and that's what I wanted. I wanted an orc who could break either way. And I think I achieved it. And my opinion is the only one that matters. But yeah, so that was that. Just as a review of everything. Actually, we've come to the end of my 3D course. We're into week 8. And week 8, and we'll get on to talking about this, week 8's assignment in this course that I paid for as an 8-week course. Week 8's assignment is whatever. Just do you, brah. There's no instruction for week 8. So I paid for 8 weeks. I got 7. Less than 7, because week 8 is like more than a week. It's like 8 days. But anyway, here's where we started. At the beginning of this course, first render, low poly. Wow, I probably shouldn't be chewing gum, just occurred to me on a live stream. I've never done that before. We've got these Mentos that are gum, and Lady Pawn made me get through them. Making animated pawn suggestion machine as the job after we do this. So we started here, simple like, hey, here's how basic hard surface modeling works. Make a scene. I way overdid this scene because the assignment was beneath my skill level coming into the course. So I added a fog cube volume, and I used my artistic eye to create what is objectively a better layout than the instructor had for the course. And it's really kind of funny, because looking back at how the instructor's lighthouse was like low, the instructor's lighthouse was like down here in his rock, and then the houses were up on high. It's an artistic choice, but it's not a good compositional choice. And so everybody in the course made a compositionally bad first piece because they were mimicking the instructor. And I'm like, guys, put the lighthouse up to the top, and then look at these lines, look at the triangle, look at the thirds, like, look, this is, anyway. This was my first, significantly creative work in the course. The assignment was make a winter outdoor environment. Is that it? Winter scene? I think it might have been as simple as winter scene. And that's what the assignments have been, too. They've been very frequently like 3-word assignments. But make yourself a winter scene. I'm real happy with this. We were still doing low poly stuff. And I, wanted to stay within the assignment, within the scope of the assignment. And I feel like I did, and I managed to do something that's really interesting that has a lot going on with a very little moving parts here, I've made one low poly ski, duplicated it, and then pulled the terrain up from underneath it through it in order to make it look like there's snow on top of the ski. But it's the terrain is just popping through the 3D model here in order to create these effects. I think that's really clever. And then I made one tree. This is precisely one tree that's been, scaled and rotated, and slapped around in various positions. And then this mountain line, and then there is you can see the snow, which if I zoom right in on it, you can see that it's a cube, turned onto its, most diagonal crystalline looking form. And so very tiny cubes are in front of us that are raining only directly in front of the camera, so as not to waste, processing power generating snow that can't be seen anyway. The terrain is a mixture of like mid-poly. It's actually a lot of poly here, but it's sort of mid-high poly areas here, and then where I need a lot of high poly area here, I've used retopology tools in the sculpting environment in order to add topology that we need just in the areas that we need it in order to get these effects. And then in the background here, the sort of foggy distance between us and that mountain is not a fog volume, because fog volumes take up like a lot of rendering work to do actual volumetric like rendering of fog, and we just didn't need it because these mountains are floating off in the distance. I just did a 2D plane with like the alpha channel has some noise mapping stuff that I tweaked on it so as to give us the effect of, variety of visibility past that 2D plane to see these, that just makes those mountains push off into the distance and look a little bit further away. I love simple things that are, have all of subtlety to them. It's subtlety in simplicity that creates a feeling. That's art right there. That is high art right there, and I'm very happy with the outcome of this one. This was just slapped together. The actual thing that we were doing in the course at that point was making a bridge using like the same board. Maybe we made like 3 different boards, and then we rotated and flipped and stuff like that, and you do it enough in order to make it look like every board is a unique and individual thing, and, you know, that was the lesson being taught there, is how much you can get out of how little. We made that, and then I just kind of threw together a scene around it. What I love about this is how soft everything is, you know? Like, the low poly modeling of the leaves in the tree, or like whatever, afterthought kind of thing. I like this little, this is fun, that the coconut has fallen into the sand, and then it's somehow managed to bounce and roll there. Like, it doesn't, physics says that's not how that would happen, buddy. But I don't care, I like it. I did a little indent there using the same technique that I used here, where I made extra topology at the areas where I wanted more topology. But what I really love about this is just how smooth everything is. How soft, including the water. The water's been given a really weird index of refraction, I believe, in order to get this effect. This kind of gel effect. But I just love it. I love, you know, it was all about the softness here. And then we had assignment, which was bridge over water. That's all that we were given for this. Still doing low poly, as you can tell by that anyway. But even though, like, the modeling is low poly here, there's, like, so much repetition, and there's so much, like, small scale stuff, because everything is massive. You know, it's a bridge of this size, so everything being relative and whatnot. It's almost hard to, you know, notice that this is low poly because of how much of this is going on, which is just, I built one model of one section and then gave it an array and let it, you know, go all the way back. And then this was another skill that I had before coming into the course here, which was just working with curve modifiers and stuff. So what I've done here is I've made one section of the cable from like there to there, or actually I think it's probably like from here to here, with this in the dead middle of it. And then I've used a curve modifier to make it automatically fill in, following along a curve with as many components as it needs to fill in that space in order to follow it along. And that allowed me to very quickly, and without having to do any sculpting or anything like that, just have a curve and bend it a little bit, and boom, I had a big old chunk of bridge cable that had broken off and fallen in there. So that's pretty nice. I like the lighting in here too. It's like, and compared to something like this, there's a almost grayscale haze over this. It's kind of low contrast, but it's not low contrast enough that you notice it, really. Again, it's all about subtlety for me, and there's a subtle color grade going on here where it's like, you don't realize just how low contrast this image is, but it's actually rather low contrast. This was just an exercise in joining, you know, meshes together. So I made the handle and then the hilt and then the blade and put them all together, and then touched it up with some finishing touches that weren't on the originals. This was low poly character creation. We started with a, well, first we made like a generic male low poly figure, and then from that low poly figure, we deformed it in order to make a couple of different unique characters. That was the assignment. Make like 2 stylized characters from the unique one. Do whatever you want. This is what I came up with. This was a low poly character that we were walked through specifically from the beginning of the course to the end of the course to get to this. I called him Hitman 48. That's what I named that when I was done with it. And this is all GameDev.tv Ultimate 3D Artist course that we're basically finishing this week. And then I was finally allowed to do some photorealistic modeling. They said, make a lamp. And I was like, oh, thank God, I'm so tired of the low poly. They didn't say make a low poly lamp. So I went overboard on this. I basically spent one whole day that I could have been working on another assignment. I spent working up this lamp. Which is just, you can do this with cubes and subdivision, subsurface modifiers and stuff like that. I think that's bad practice. I see people doing that and thinking that they're all so clever and everything like that. But if you don't make an effort to like control your shape and choose the correct shape from the beginning of what you're doing, then you're just going to end up with a model that has more faces than it needs to have. If you start from something where even the lowest poly version of it, could look passable from a distance, then when you subdivide it once, you've got something that's like already finished product, maybe twice for the sake of the render or something like that. When you start with a fucking cube and you throw 4 subdivs on it in order to make it look round and put supporting loops and stuff in there, it's like there is a middle ground between making a cube into a cylinder and starting with a cylinder, and you need to find that middle ground, is my opinion on the subject. It's not your end result is going to be wasteful, and I don't care whether or not you're telling me, well, in modern computing it doesn't really matter how many vertexes and faces you've got. Well, are you an artist? Are you doing a craft here? Is this a trade? Do you care about the work that you're doing? So you're just going to do it shittier because you can? Cool. You can get away with it, so I guess I just won't bother with putting my heart and my effort into doing it right. But yeah, I was real happy to make this, just make something photorealistic and have a good time with it. And then back to the goddamn low poly. So this was make your own little character. I decided to do a low poly wizard. It was supposed to be low poly. And honestly, I like the middle guy. I like him when he's just an old dude. I built him up from the bottom. And so I started by making an old dude. And at first he was naked, by the way. First I designed a naked old guy, which was great fun. Everything's sagging under there. Then I clothed him, and then I started building him up to look like a wizard, and I just love the fact that, like, underneath every wizard's, all of his ornate adornments and stuff, is an old dude with saggy triceps, and his nipples are kind of down to here, and his balls touch the toilet water when he sits down to take a shit. I like that. Like that's what appeals to me is, to the best of my understanding, it seems as though the rest of you just really enjoy living in a fantasy world. I can't do that, so I take enjoyment from seeing what's underneath the illusion, and then getting to see the whole thing can become a joy for you. So I like this guy more than this. I feel like the hat and the coat kind of block your view of some of the funnest things that have gone on in this, willfully, incredibly low poly work here. And then they said make a pawn, and so I made my logo. I made a version of my logo just for fun. But then this is some coursework that I like. The course that this comes from on GameDev.tv, which I think is called isometric, designing an isometric interior space, and you can go onto GameDev.tv and like buy this course for a certain amount of money. I think it's really low right now for some reason, like $15 or something like that. I have mixed feelings about this course. I like what you end up making. You do learn, some good methodologies to it. The course, however, is a little bit, like, scatterbrained. This thing is supposed to be a chandelier that will eventually get hung and get details to it and stuff like that. But we end up getting to this part of the thing and the chandelier still looks like that. And we're giving like textures and things to stuff, and then you're going to come back to that later and then touch that up again. And it feels like it wasn't planned out particularly well. And so I have mixed feelings about the course, because I like some of the stuff that's going on here. I like the teaching. I like what you end up getting by working on it. But the curriculum is a little bit underplanned and kind of feels slipshod. But you may have saw this while I was jumping between it, because the reason we were doing this course was so that we could do our own interior scene. And I decided to do a basement garage band, a local band's basement practice recording space. So this is going to be the at ground level window. And having been a drummer and a guitarist and a pianist and a singer, but having been a drummer in a band, I've practiced in these spaces, and I wanted to do a drum kit and create a familiar space that's been a while since I've been in. So this is where we started. So this was really just blocking out, getting like some basic objects and shapes into the space so that I can get an idea of what it's probably going to look like. And then this was the first level of detail. You can see that I've added in the microphone. I have given our amps some levels of detail. We've got some knobs. We've got some, 1/4-inch instrument jacks. I've created proper like guitar stands for the guitarist and the bassist here. And we've got cables running across the ground, which are just curves that have been given, can't remember what it's called in Blender. They've been given it's not a solidify on a curve. It's the curve itself has the property of you can just make it solid by setting it that way. You also see in the back here, I've added the detail of we now have a kind of proper tom mount on top of these low poly drums that will become more poly very quickly. So from here to here, we've got some changes. You can see me changing the scale of the guitar stands. I realized that the proportion just didn't feel quite right. I've also realized that the bass amp was in the wall, so I've pulled it through. The walls have now been given... This should have been a texture, but this is actually like a repeating segment of wall that I made and then did an array on, but we just weren't there in the course yet, so I didn't know the best way to do this. I could have just done this with normals or something like that. But other changes, I think I've actually redone, if we look closely there, and then a little bit closer, you'll see that I've redone some of the mic stand there. Oh yeah, I redid the bass too, all the way down to the bass here. Now this mic stand is finished there. This is, piece of pig iron or whatever they call it that those are made out of. But really, I've finally started in on the drums. You can look back here and see that the drum shells, or the drum rims rather, now have proper hardware. They are holding, the heads are correct and stuff like that, and also the hardware for the cymbal stands has gone from basic concept to what modern cymbal stands tend to look like. At least the sort of relatively inexpensive ones, the ones that most people have. The cymbals now also have like washer and foam fittings on the top of them with wing nuts. So a lot of hardware is put in here. We've got these like better arranged. So the drums are starting to come together, and you can see back here, I've actually got 2 models of rim. What I've done here is I've made one rim that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mounting points on it. And then I used the same rim and I sort of doubled, copied, twisted, and linked it all back together in order to make one that has 12. And so there's just 2 rims here that have been sized, for this size of tom, this size of tom, the floor tom, which is like 20 inches or something like that, and then the snare got its own special one because a snare does have more mounting points. You might also notice that the kick drum here has a 6-point head on it, and that's completely wrong, and we're going to change that right now. So got a little feedback from other people in the course, and they were like, that looks really tall. And I was like, does it? And we went in and measured it and found out that it was basically set for a 6-foot 8-inch singer. So yeah, it was a little bit high. So I moved that down a little. Incidentally, everything in here is like, it works. It's correct. The top piece is separate from the bottom piece of this mic stand and actually slides, and everything is parented to the thing that it's parented to. So when you slide the mic this up and down, it brings the mic with it and all that kind of stuff. So from here to here, main changes are, I brought in a couch that I had designed previously in like 2023 or something like that, just to fill the space. But main changes are to the drum kit, and you can see back here, I've actually made a proper kick. These are now being held on the way that they actually are held on. It's got 8 mounting points, and they are clamps that go around the rim of the kick with the main bevel here, whatever you'd call this, the rim, being pulled by a clamp that is screwed in, into the back, which is a little bit different than what's going on in a situation like this. It's just like a washer and it's pulling it down, but here there's actually like a little hook that goes around each one. And so we're actually at that point now. The other thing that's happened is for, my need for incredible levels of detail, there is now a proper setup here for your cymbals to actually rotate. What is that called? The swing? Is it called the swing? So there is actually a rotatable mechanic here, and again, everything is connected the way that it should be. So when you rotate the swing, it pulls the cymbal with it and pulls the hardware with it and all that kind of stuff as well. And so from there, a little bit more design went in. You can see I've created a light bulb for our basement space here, and we threw some acoustic sound padding onto the walls. But mainly this was like first pass at texture work. And it's definitely not right. It was end of a day. I think we were 7 hours into the live stream when we did this one. The Scully KO. Where am I? Says the Scully KO. You're in Big Veiny Dick territory. No, Big Veiny Cock territory, Scully. And thank you for the subscription on a 9-month streak, 12 months in total. That's almost a year. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club, Scully. We're looking at my renders from the Blender course that I'm finishing up this week. So this we did together on a live stream, the only other live stream where I've actually done 3D work. And then after the live stream, I came back and did some better texture work. And I think lit the space a little bit better. Still not done or anything, but, you see the difference between the metal and also the fact that I've put the kind of skin on here that you tend to see. They do a little, they glue a paper to the wood that's got a bit of a pattern to it, kind of a thing, is usually what you do, or what you see. I've also figured out, like, how much reflectivity I want the metal to have. I've maybe made the cymbals look a little bit cooler than they even look in reality. But lots of little touch-ups to the textures here. Interesting thing, if you know Blender, there's a node in Blender that's just called the Magic Node, or Magic Texture, or something like that. That's all this is. We used a Magic Texture node, and then I messed with its characteristics and with a special vector that we brought into it and stuff like that, and found a pattern and then applied colors and stuff to it and made that rug just from the Magic Texture node. So yeah, this is where we got to, and then I swung the camera around because now I'm finally looking for what's my angle going to look like. What is this space going to look? Because this isn't quite doing it for me. It has some of the characteristics I like. The reason why I had the microphone so tall before is because I liked the microphone standing up in the front of the frame, taking some of that up and just feeling like, here I am. And so I swing the camera around, looking for a better space, one that brings in, all the things that I've worked on here, including my light, my window, and gets kind of all of it that matters into the shot. And I like this angle. It's not quite right, but I like it. The lighting, however, isn't quite what I want. I think we should do something like this. And so I decided at this point to break away from anything that was realistic, and go toward, a fantastical kind of lighting setup here that would invoke the idea of what I was trying to do here was blend the banality, the averageness, this is the harsh real world of having a band that practices in the basement and then goes around and you're not making any money, even though you're performing like every other weekend. There's no money to be made in this. It costs more money to perform than it does you don't make any. When you're a small local band, you have to be like fucking touring states and then maybe there's an income to it, but you're actually spending money for the privilege of performing for free. And the biggest thing that you get is free drinks at some of the, they'll give you like 3 free drinks because you're the band each. It's like, yeah, I guess that's our payment. And I'm not saying that you don't get paid. I'm saying when you're splitting it between 4 or 5 guys in a band, you're not making any money. You're spending more on maintaining your equipment and the gas and the time that you spend and all that kind of stuff. You're losing money. But so there's the banality of the reality of being the band that gets mixed with what's in your head. That was my idea for composing this shot. Now, when I got to this point, I love this. There's so much drama in this shot, but compositionally, it's a little bit weak. It's a little bit weak. You might love this. You might be looking at this and saying, oh my God, that's beautiful. But watch this. Now what do you think? Compositionally speaking, now what do you think? Because when you look at it from a distance like this, it really becomes apparent how much of the screen space isn't being used. This render is just being thrown away. Like, we're using just the center of the space. You could turn this into a cell phone shot. From what it is, for how much of the area just isn't really being engaged. And so I actually love this composition. I think it's great. I think it's very artistic. And sometimes you communicate something. You draw people in by leaving the edges of the screen kind of, there's not a lot happening. And then they come here and they're like, wow. And then they work their way back out to to see the whole thing. I think this is good artistically. Compositionally, this is the shot. I think this is what the shot should be if your goal is not the best art, but is the best composition. And the reason is that now we've spread it out. We're using more of the frame, more of the space. We're a little bit closer to the rule of thirds, where you split the composition space into thirds, like this. And then you find, well, this is about at the top right third. This is about at the lower left third. And so you still have some of the drama and you still have some of this like nice depth that we're getting where we can feel the lines that are pulling us like back this way and back this way. It's still there. I feel like this is more dramatic than this. Like this one's less dramatic. This one's more dramatic. I feel like this would be the cover of a DVD about like a band where the drummer and the singer were at war with each other the whole time, right? they're competing for the spotlight. Whereas this, it's still there, but it's the people who are competing have more space between them. The entities that are competing have more space, and because there's more space, there's less drama, there's less conflict. So I like this one for the art. I like this one. I think this is objectively the better composition. I would say if I were to do one more render of this, I would grab these 2 objects and shift them a little bit to the left. I don't love that this is like splitting my my bass amp in half. You just split me right in half, bro. I would try and like get that out of the split region, but it might just have to live there. It might look too unnatural if everything moves into its own little space. You know, things in reality overlapping, you gotta let them overlap. But this is probably the work that I'm proudest of in this whole course. And it's not done. We could actually just today, after we're done reviewing this stuff, come in here and keep working on this, because I never gave, if you look closely, the floor tom doesn't have any legs to it. It's just floating. There's nothing holding that floor tom up. There's also, can we see it from this one? No, we can probably see it back here, though. There's no snare stand. That doesn't exist. There is a seat back there. You can't see it. Maybe we're seeing it here, but it's just a cylinder. There's nothing holding that seat up either. I would also like to make a foot pedal for the ride and the kick, and just I want to have made a full, drum kit that works and that can be dragged into any scene. So yeah. But yeah, this is I think my proudest work in the whole course. Moving on, this was just a render to show the differences between Eevee with ray tracing, and cycles. Like, then you go back to this one and you're like, oh my god, that looks flat and like shit. But until you see what it could have been, I mean, even Eevee with ray tracing is like, holy shit. And then you go here and it's like, oh, Eevee with ray tracing is flat as shit too. So unrealistic. Until you see this one, you're like, yeah, that's pretty, I don't know. And then this assignment was, this was to do a still life. And I decided not to overtax myself on this week. I was definitely feeling like the pace of the course was wrong. By this point, the pace of the course, how much time they expected you to need in order to get done with something was just wrong. And so I kind of pulled back the amount of effort that I was willing to, like, how big am I going to try and make this project? Because they're having us do a lot of work that is taking a lot longer than the syllabus is planned out for it. And it's not because I'm slow either. I'm one of the top 15 people in a class of like 260 in terms of getting done with the assignment on time. And I'm telling you, their pacing is wrong. But so this was a still life, but the point of the week was working with physically based render textures, PBRs. It was about texturing. It was our introduction to, like, giving realistic materials to objects. So you've got the back wall, you've got this little crackling that I've put into the glass or the ceramic for the vase there, and then you've got the lemon, which is actually human skin, is what that lemon is made of. The PBR for human skin, anyway. And so this is where I started, and then I took the time to model. This was my first real attempt at sculpting something really organic. And so I sculpted the interior of a flower and gave it a veiny cock, a big veiny cock. I gave it what's that called? A pistol. I gave it a pretty nice pistol there, and did a little bit of clever work in order to, like, fade the color here from yellow to a green using PBRs and not like UV maps and stuff like that. So there's no UV mapping in this at all. It's all just PBRs and controlling them with nodes. But so yeah, did some modeling there, and then played around with, position and lighting and whatnot. So from here, I went to here. I brought everything a little bit closer together in the center. That felt better. However, you can see that from the old one, I had like really interesting shine that was happening off of the spoon, and now we're losing the interesting bits of it. So I spin things around so that the spoon is again giving us some interesting reflections. And I'm continuously playing with like the light levels and whatnot because I'm looking for that kind of morning feel. I don't want to oversell it, but I want that morning light feel. And so the light should be a little bit peach, a little bit orange, but it should also be kind of harsh because it's at a low angle in the sky. It should be throwing some hard shadows. So I'm trying to find the place where I like it most. And I think this is where we ended with it. I think that might be it. I cranked up the power in order to throw some harder shadows and actually let it wash itself out a little bit. If you look here between these two, you can sort of see we lose a little bit of the saturation and some of the hardness of the lines. And I decided that that was preferable to get this effect up here. You look at this, that is how that morning light throws its shadows anyway. Not I could do more, or I could have done more with the leaves to make them feel a little bit more realistic. But it was some tricky stuff, and I was happy to leave it here, I think. Yeah, that is where we left it. And then this was getting into, UV mapped textures and using texture atlases and stuff like that. And I set up to do a Scottish village, but I hated this process and I hated this initial result so much that I walked away. It took way too long to get here. I like my little telephone box, would have to work on that. But the problem here was that the instructor left us he left the idea of a creative process that involves like creating a texture atlas first and then pulling from that, like you're pulling from a palette of colors to paint on things. And that is just not a good process whatsoever. That is, you need to figure out what you want in a process that doesn't take as long as it does to find textures, bring them into your, 2D GIMP or Photoshop or whatever you're using, put them in place, guess at the scale with things that need to be repeated. Like you got to be careful with how you align those. It's just a lot of 2D flat graphics work in order to get to a point where then you can come into the 3D environment and see what it looks like and go, nope, and then head back to your 2D environment. It's bad. It is a bad workflow. You should not work that way. And I'm pretty sure the instructor would agree with me, but the way that the course is laid out just kind of insinuates that this is how you should do it. His focus was on teaching the methods and kind of lost the forest for the sake of the trees is what I would say. And so doesn't quite send, it leaves you with a bad idea in your head that didn't need to be put there. The good things you learn, but you get a bad idea. Thankfully, I realized that this is a bad process and I walked away and didn't just go, I guess that's what it's like. No, that's just a bad process. Don't do it that way. Then we took the, basic skills that we were learning over here and we went to the nines with them and started building out our own environment. The idea here was, this is following along with a course. So this isn't really my own environment. This is, basically trying to stay one for one with what the instructor was doing, but using my own textures, make my own creative choices within that framework. So we built up our own, external environment. I decided at some point to try and turn it into a night scene, brought in some fog effects, brightened everything up a bit, and then decided that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I also, if you look at like the layout of this, compositionally, this kind of sucks. And I knew it kind of sucked. I threw it together like in the course that I didn't like this course particularly. There's a lot of stuff that just like lets you just do it the way that you want to do it. And then you get to a certain point, it's like, this doesn't look that great. And it's because you didn't put the effort into it. Because you weren't asked to put the effort into it. You weren't asked to block it out and think about it from the start. And so it's like, you want to go, in education, you want to go one of two ways. And it's either the student needs to be asked to put everything that they've got into it themselves so that it's their own, or like, just follow me. I am teaching. Do as I do. Position things as I position them. And it's very wishy-washy with some of the stuff that we just went through in this course. It does both at once. So you look at this this layout, and it's like, it doesn't feel good. It's not, compositionally, it's not good. So here you can see I've corrected the composition. Now we've got a much more like steep, rising, triangular kind of a thing that's happening with the landscape. I also managed to create like a space over here that's entirely different from the space that's over here, even though it's using the exact same everything that's going on over here. This is just one of these big chunks of land we created, flipped upside down and pushed beneath the water in a way so as to make it look like it's old, like volcanic lava, that kind of a thing. So pretty chuffed at that. But this is I've corrected the composition by squeezing everything together, moving some things around, and then, making some more adjustments now that I've gotten basic composition worked out, giving us some room up here with, something interesting for the eye up here with adding in some some more fencing, moving some of these trees around. The whole time I was fighting the trees because I feel like this tree looks okay. You know, this looks like it's a passable silhouette. If you don't think about it too much, then it looks realistic enough. The silhouette coming off of these trees is not right. It doesn't feel good. Here's another one that's kind of getting lost in the muddiness of the green and stuff back here. It's not good because they're too big. Each branch is too big and too chunky, and these other trees have smaller assets that are being used for their planes, and so they end up giving enough detail. I mean, look at that. That's realistic enough, you know. You look at the overall the overall shot, and it works. This isn't. So I was fighting these the whole time, and eventually I just changed. I think I ultimately changed the branches to just use the same exact branch. I was trying to have two different types of trees, and I just got sick of it, and I switched them over. And I'm not sure when that happens. It might be here. I'm not sure. But you can see me moving trees around and fighting things, and also trying to figure out what my lighting's going to be, because I want this to be a stormy view. Storms a coming is what I eventually end up naming this. So here I wanted, I make it a little bit harsher on the light, a little bit more ominous. This is actually warmer and more inviting. This is more ominous. And then I think this is the last little adjustment I made.
We are many. You are but one.
Getting the trees up there. Who's that? Dragon King 89? 89. That's 20 too many, Dragon King. You were almost nice. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, last little touch here was that I wanted this higher, again, for the final composition. And I also wanted this tree to be in the right position. And so that was the last little touch, along with darkening up the wood here. Again, it stood out more here. So it's something for the eye to grab onto, but I preferred it blending in, being more realistic than being this weirdly bright gray wood. So yeah, this is where I ended this one. Didn't really feel like it was my own thing. It was very much like working from what the instructor had us doing. But I made some creative choices in there, and I'm not displeased with it. And then we get back to our orc, which is where we started today. And this was the last real assignment in the course, apparently. And this is where I finished, because now we're in Blender, and the last assignment here for this GameDev.tv course, the Ultimate Blender Creator, Ultimate Blender something, whatever it's called. The final week out of the 8-week course the assignment is just do whatever you want to do now, which really does feel quite cheap. And so we will now at this point get on to my opinion of the course that I've just come through. Add wearables here. So GameDev.tv is, you can see we rigged this guy up too. .tv is my relationship. What? This one. My relationship with the site is tumultuous. It's honestly worse than it is good. I have taken GameDev.tv. I own multiple courses. I've taken a C++ course in game design. I've taken a course in C++ in Unreal Engine. I've got a course for just Unreal Blueprint that I haven't gotten around to. And I've got this course, which is this 3D Blender Creator, which actually packages in over half a dozen other courses that are all for Blender. And my experience on GameDev.tv has been that I frequently find myself reflecting on the fact that I could get most of this education for free on YouTube. And there are points in the course where I feel like, had this person who GameDev.tv usually recruits its like teachers from YouTube. There are people on YouTube who have courses on YouTube and who post on YouTube. And that's where they get these people and how they know that they can, teach well, and they can see that they've got their own audience, which helps bring an audience to them. Like, I see all the financial incentives. I've got my eyes real wide open. And so a lot of this coursework, I feel like there's always a point in a GameDev.tv course where you recognize if this had been on YouTube, they would have done it better. And that's fucked up. That is a bit fucked up, because you're paying for something that you could get for free. But you're paying for it in order to, there are benefits to paying for something even when you could get it for free, because you can at the very least complain to people. But there are other benefits, being part of a community that's working on something and being able to like chat with other people about what you're doing. And especially in this live course that I've just come through for the low cost of $299, 8-week live course that turned out to only have 7 weeks worth of content in it. You're participating with a group of people who are all doing it together, and so there's like you're supporting each other. You're pushing through, and you're all facing the same challenges. And if you have issues, you can talk to each other, and you can get feedback on your work from each other and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of benefits to this live course, and so there's a value to the live courses on this live course on GameDev.tv that isn't necessarily there with the other materials, the non-live materials. You're getting something extra by being part of this live course. But there is a part in almost every GameDev.tv course that I've taken where you go, this just wasn't thought out. And when things went wrong during this recording, the person who's recording it just didn't like stop and start over and do it from where they like do it again. You're recording, you're editing, you're preparing something that's going to be there forever, that hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of people are going to purchase over time in order to like get access to it and learn from it. And you backed yourself into a corner, you've made a mistake, this isn't how this should be, but you're not going to just like redo it. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes you want to show when you make an error, because everybody's going to make these errors, and so showing that you make errors and how you figure your way out of it has a value to it. But a lot of times on GameDev.tv, they don't even bother like editing around the fucking error that they've made. These creators who you're paying to be in the thing, and it's different if it's a teacher in a classroom. They're doing it live. If they make a mistake, then everybody sees it and we all have to deal with it. You've got a fucking editing bay in front of you, buddy. What are you doing? If you made an error, there may be a value to that error, to showing that these errors occur. The fucking least you can do when people are paying you for this content is make a couple of cuts, do a little voiceover, do a speed edit, and like show the value of the error and then how you fixed it, and then get back to the main course material. And so many times in a GameDev.tv course, they don't even bother to take that, to do that. And so I want to like give a big recommendation to the one course that has just been solid through and through, which is this one right here, this orc course. You go on to GameDev.tv and find this Blender course where you make an orc. It's a character creator for game design, I think, something like that. You find this course by Grant Abbott, Abbitt. This is the solidest course that I've seen on GameDev.tv. Grant makes mistakes while he's doing this. He runs into errors. He frequently forgets to apply his scales and rotation and stuff like that. But like, when there's a big error, there's a big problem, he edits around it in this course. He doesn't do it in all of the courses that he has recorded. He has been lazy in the one... especially the one where it's like the Wizard's Nook. You're making the thing that I showed you before. In fact, can I get that one open? I don't think we've ever looked at that one. If I look for like W, I was calling it the Wizard's Nook. I couldn't remember. So is this the last one that where would it be? Wizards Workshop 18. That'll be the most recent one. I'm just working on back over the layout over here. In this course right here, there's a lot of shit where, like, something goes wrong. And I remember, I think it was around the telescope in particular, there was like a whole several minutes of one of the recordings where it's like, oh, something with the telescope and the scales or something like that. Or I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like something went wrong and we're just there while he's trying to figure out what went wrong. And it just feels like we're getting ripped off. It just feels like you needed to edit this down to, you know, I tried this, it didn't work. I tried that also wasn't the issue. And then I stumbled onto this and this was the issue and here's how you fix it. Like, and he does that in the orc course. The orc course is better. So, you know, it's a person, a human being, getting better at teaching over time. And that is fair, and that's what everybody's going through in everything that they do, and no one should be afraid to publish what they're doing or even sell what they're doing while they're learning. You should always be learning, you know? Your creative trade, when you are considered a master of your field, you're going to be hoping that there's still something out there for you to be learning on. So you're always going to be improving at what you're doing. And you don't need to be ashamed of when you do something that's a little bit sloppy, a little slipshod, a little bit, lower quality kind of thing. So, you know, I'm not holding it against Grant. I'm holding it against GameDev.tv for selling me courses that have frequently, and it's not just Grant, it's frequently, the course instructors have these just like, they put a certain amount of effort into the first, 12 videos, and then you can see it slowly slack off and drop and drop and drop, and then they're in the middle, and you can tell that, like, they're tired, and they should have just taken a day off of recording and get away from it for a minute and then come back reinvigorated, but they didn't, and they kept pushing through, and now the product that I bought is shittier, and had you published this to YouTube, you would have put more energy, and you would have done better editing to it, but we've already paid, and we're already in the gate, and you've got us here, and we're a captive audience, and so you feel like you don't have to, and that sucks. And that's been the experience with GameDev.tv in general. Their standards are too low. And I feel like if they would just up their standards, they could actually start selling some of these courses for the prices that have never applied on their website. You know, their courses are all $180 friggin' dollars or something, but today only $13 just for you because you're a friend of mine. So that's been my experience overall with GameDev.tv. Coming out of this course, this live course, I feel like I'm in a place where I can't recommend it, but I also wouldn't tell you not to do it because I got a lot out of it. I feel very confident in my abilities and the skills that I've picked up. Having made that orc, holy shit. What can't I make in Blender at this point if I can make that orc, you know? If I can throw all this kind of stuff together, this little, low poly, whatever, make things. If I can do this and I can make that orc, then I can do everything. Obviously, there's always going to be things to learn and all that kind of stuff. I just feel like everything is now possible, and you just get better at it by doing it. So I got an incredible amount of value out of this course, and I learned a lot. But can I recommend it? Can I tell another person to get it? And my answer is no, I can't recommend it, but I wouldn't tell you not to do it either. I would just have to leave it up to you, with the caveats and knowledge and information that their pacing is wrong in the course. They're selling something to adults, and this is what's really messed up about this, is that no one has managed to keep pace with this course sans like 5 people. There's 5 people who, out of a class of 260, 5 folks have managed to keep pace and be done on the day that they're supposed to be done. And honestly, it's not even 5, it's like 1 or 2. Because out of those 5 people, 3 of them, you find them posting and saying, I'm not really done with this, but I got to move on to the next section. There's just a lot of DNF in the course. There's a lot of like, well, I didn't finish this, but I got to move on. And in fact, you're looking at something that I didn't finish, but had to move on because I was doing this coursework so that I could do my own work. So the course is not paced correctly, and I would like to say that, you know, they're going to fix that over time, but the attitude of the course, the administrators, has not conveyed to me at all that they're going to fix that over time. They have been very defensive about, you know, that they think they got it right when there's 2 people finishing at the end who are actually finished on time. And they think 258 of their students are not finishing it on time. And so maybe they're just not being communicative with the students, with the community to say that, but that's on them. Like, it's, hey, what do you want me to do? Assume that you're not saying the thing because for other reasons? No, I'm going off of the impression that you left. The impression that you've left is that you're not going to adjust the course pace. You're not going to improve the course. They're going to improve it. Grant has been working on, you know, making the course better as it's been going. They're going to improve it in that way, but I feel like there's a lot of resistance to feedback on GameDev.tv. They're very touchy. They're very corporate. I like, it's weird. There's such a weird fucking attitude on to them and to everybody who signs up for this fucking stuff too. There's very like, just, I don't know, butthole sniffing networking. Like, what is the point of this? And the point of this to me is to learn the craft and the art and the trade and, you know, hopefully meet some cool people along the way. It seems to me that a big portion of what's going on Game Dev TV is about networking. It's about making insincere relationships that have a, you know, agenda to benefit yourself in the long run by, you know, manipulating each other. Or, you know, maybe we're both, no, we're not going to manipulate each other. We're just going to work together in order to get what we want out of our career goals. And like, the art doesn't seem to be the thing. And I guess that's the nature of the beast, because, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, they're trying to help you get employed in the industry. And the state of the industry is sad and messed up, man. And so if your goal is to help people get employed, like one of the first things, this is kind of funny, one of the first things that really stuck out to me that I think that somebody said, it was either Grant or it was the other guy who runs the GameDev.tv, I can't remember his name. But they said at the very beginning, they were like saying, you know, studios actually prefer people who aren't as precious about their work. So you need to learn how to like accept feedback and, you know, not be so committed to like your own ideas that you're not willing to change them. And, you know, you need to change for the client. But they said specifically the words, studios, you know, employers like people who aren't so who aren't so precious about their work. And what I heard, of course, was, well, yeah, of course they don't want artists. They want fucking production mill line people who are going to, I need you to make this, now go make this. And they don't want people who are going to be like, well, but I need to slow down a little bit here, else the quality is going to dip. No, we just need it to da-da-da-da-da-da. Of course, they don't want artists. They want AI. And they want you to be AI. And so from the very beginning of this course, one of the first messages that was delivered was like, you're going to do a lot better in this industry if you don't worry about artistic intent as much as you just make sure that the people who have the money want to give you some of it to do more of the work. And yeah, that's the world. That's the world, baby. That's where everybody lives. Apparently, except me. I moved out of Omelas. I don't live in Omelas. And it just catches me off guard every time that I like interact with the general public, and they're just like ready to sell out immediately, like from the day, like you're just learning the thing and you're being taught before you even got the skill how to give up on your dreams. Like, what the fuck is going on here? How to, like, just, you know, you gotta play the game, man. From the educators. It's messed up. It's messed up. I've got a lot of things that I'd like to, I've got some things I'd like to read to you, actually. I just rediscovered from my past as an angsty, angsty 20-something. That, you know, they're very teenage. They're not teenage though. They're 20-something, but they have the teenage angst to them. And they're very, like, egotistical, but they're also fucking right. And that's, you could just about, I think you could plan to carve that into my headstone there. Then very egotistical, but also fucking right. Angsty, egotistical, but also fucking right. I'd like to read you some stuff that's just about, like, how we as a species, how so much of this human population is just, like, giving up its fucking life, just, like, throwing away the things that are valuable and meaningful and right and good, having been convinced that we can't have anything better or more than money, security, and comfort, and yeah, I'd like to get around to that, but, so I was trying to do, like, my opinions of this course and of GameDev.tv. You've heard some of them there. What I guess I'd like to finish on is that there were some people in this course who I was giving course feedback. They requested feedback. They've got a channel on our Discord server that we share just for feedback. I was giving feedback throughout the course, and you know me, I wasn't pulling my punches on the feedback. I will pull my punches on feedback if I'm working with someone, you know, and a friend, and I know that if I'm paying you for a course and I'm giving you feedback and you've asked me to give it to you, I'm basically paying now you for the privilege of giving you, you know, something that people pay money for. So I'm not going to give you 2 things I like and 1 thing I didn't. I'm going to tell you what my experience was. And you should be fucking grateful that you're getting uncensored, unfiltered feedback. Because it's the hardest thing to get. First off, you got to find someone who has the balls to just tell you what they actually think instead of cupping your balls as they... trying to get actual real fucking feedback is a hard thing, and usually you got to pay real fucking money for it. And I shouldn't have to coddle the people who just got done telling me not to be so precious with my work, and then they're being so precious with their work that they can't receive feedback. So I'm giving, you know, throughout this course, I was giving some pretty hard feedback about the lowest points in the course, where this section didn't work, that didn't communicate well, I didn't even understand what this was supposed to be about, little things like that are going to come up. It's 8 weeks worth of a course. And this is the first time they've ever tried to run this particular syllabus. And so I'm giving the fucking feedback. And I get the feeling that some people have stars in their eyes. Being a YouTuber myself, they have stars in their eyes about, like, ooh, you know, about that they want to be the friends with Grant and the other guy who runs the GameDev.tv because they're the... Ooh. These are just the people who sold you the thing, guys. Settle down. You put it back in your pants, okay? This is the YouTuber that we're learning from here. You know, he gets about 10,000 views per video. All right, it ain't Markiplier. All right, settle down. Not for nothing, my videos, you know, tend to get less, but I also don't have, like, a target audience. Like, if I were just making Blender stuff specifically, like, there's a built-in target audience for that. Every video is about the same subject. But anyway, I get the feeling that there's some stars in the eyes, and I got some, like, members. It was specifically, like, the 3 to 5 people, it was 3 people in particular, but you know, those 3 to 5 people I was talking about who who are kind of at the head of the class. Basically, they didn't need to take the course. I don't know why they're in it, because they are the only 3 people who are finishing on time at this pace. So I think they've probably already taken these courses, and they've got expendable money, and they like GameDev.tv for some reason. You know, they like hanging out. I don't know. Those folks showed up in one of my comments, one of my threads. Each of us gets our own little thread for the week where we post our work. And where I was criticizing some of the course and saying, you know, this was bad, this didn't work out that good, you know, that kind of stuff. One of them in particular came at me for my negative attitude. And they never spoke again because I destroyed them with language, as you know, I am fit and wont to do. But they came at me personally and individually on my style of communication. It's like, you're a couple of millimeters from getting thrown out of this course right now, and you don't even know it. A student attacking another student, like, you're here to give critique and feedback on the work. You're here to give critique and feedback on the course, which they've asked for, which I'm doing. What you're not here to do is give other students a hard time about how they communicate, you know, especially in that learning environment. Like, holy fucking shit. What are you, 12 years old? What's going on here, buddy? You know, do you, my fiance is autistic and ADHD. You know, she has that special blend of AU ADHD. And so autistic ADHD people communicate differently, and they have, you know, a different experience, different neurology in general. There's a different form of like processing information that's like bottom up instead of top down. They don't see the bigger picture and then zoom in. They see the small things and then zoom out. And to be honest with you, I have frequently questioned whether or not I'm on that spectrum as well. You know, autistic. If I am, I'm incredibly high functioning, but I am the guy who sees the little detail. I'm the guy who points out that's wrong, while everybody else is like, wow. So I don't know. It's not a problem for me post Zen Center, so I never had to get any further into it, I guess. But I had a real hard time growing up, and I never felt like I completely understood why you people communicate the way that you do. Lying to each other, manipulating each other, you know, deceiving one another, not willing to actually just say the thing, but you'll dance around it for an hour and a half, kind of like, I don't understand human society, and it might be because I also have some kind of an atypical neurology, and that's probably also why why I'm intending to marry someone who has an atypical neurology, because I like her more than I like the rest of you motherfuckers. She makes more sense to me than you fucking people. But you know, that is another reason why in an environment where, you know, you're learning next to somebody else, there's no reason for you to go in and start giving your commentary on someone else's personality. We're adults here. Nobody asked for that. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and mind your own goddamn business, because you don't know whether you're talking to someone who has an atypical neurology or not. You don't know whether or not you're talking to somebody who has, like, just leave people to their own devices, right? Someone's asked for feedback and they're given feedback. If you think they're being a little bit harsh to it, what's it to you, dickwad? Is your dick so small you got to defend other people in the room to try and pretend like it's bigger? What's your fucking problem, huh? You know? It's not like there was any attack going on. I was giving fucking feedback without pulling punches is all I was doing, which, as I say, when I'm paying you for the course, okay, you're not a friend of mine, and I'm going to be giving you, you're asking me for extra feedback, and I'm giving it. You take it however I fucking give it. But yeah, so basically I ran into, you know, these 3 in particular in this course who harassed me on the GameDev.tv servers, and I personally had to chase them off myself and threaten them with being kicked out of the course myself, because nobody on the GameDev.tv staff really wanted to step in. So, you know, my general sense of GameDev.tv is it's not good. Yeah, I think that's it. I have gotten a lot out of it. Out of taking courses from GameDev.tv. You know, they contain the information that you're looking for. Every now and then you're going to find a really good one, like this one that I highly recommend, which is that Orc one from Grant Abbott. That was really good stuff. But overall, it's a very scammy little money-making venture. They don't seem to actually have an interest in creating a curriculum, in being real educators. It seems to me that the only way that GameDev.tv, from what I've seen, makes sense is that their primary goal is to create a platform that makes money for them by, coaxing YouTubers who already have a following, which will bring more attention to GameDev.tv, over to GameDev.tv to take courses for paid money and then get people involved in a zeitgeist and then kind of just like happy, shiny to like bead and feather them, keep them around because you treat them nice. Not because necessarily the quality of the product is there, not because you've worked your curriculum over, really well, but because you've created a zeitgeist and a smell and an atmosphere and a tone. But it's not about the education. It's not about getting it right eventually. And I have wanted to give them the credit of, all right, they're just starting up. They're getting their feet on the ground. They're trying to figure things out. They just need the feedback. But I give them feedback. They don't take it. They don't want to listen. They struggle against it. They fight back against it. And when I just look at the course material, most of the time it is more flawed than it should be when you're paying for the product. So yeah. I guess that's where we are. I got it all out. I finally got to it. I don't recommend GameDev.tv in general. You can get what you're looking for there. And I do recommend specifically the Orc course, if you're interested in Blender. The Orc course, which is the Character Creator for Game Design course by Grant Abbott, ABBITT. On GameDev.tv. Now on with the veins. Now on with the Dicky veins. What did I say? Big veiny cock. Big veiny cock. So let's start a new program here, or a new file, and we'll just get ourselves a couple of balls. Don't even need to. I could just hit Control 2 and there you go. And then we Shift D, and then on the X-axis, we pull one out, and then, next to two of them, get ourselves a cylinder. Here you go. Pull that up on everything but the Z. We're getting there. Start sculpting. And the reason why, Twitch can't come at me, bro. You can't come at me, bro. You just can't, and this is why. Because cylinder RY90 scale on this one down like that. This is why you can't come at me. Okay, can't stop me, can't shut me up. Right? In fact, I'll do like that. I'll grab you. No, not that. I didn't want snapping. Yeah, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. You and then There you go. No. This is why they can't come at me. It's a smiley face. That's what I've been making the whole time, is an upside down smiley face. Here. It's a right side up smiley face. There you go. So you can't stop me. Can't stop me from making that smiley face. And now on to the boober. And we need to take a live stream break. We've been here for almost 2 hours. But yeah, I'm surprised, honestly, myself, to sort of find that that's where I'm going to settle down on this thing, because I came through this course. I got a lot out of it. I learned most of the things that I wanted to learn. I still haven't gotten like the kind of core, like insider information about like the industry, about like what people expect, from purchases that you can make on asset stores and things like that. That's what I'm interested in, is some of the stuff that you can't just look up so easily. It's hard to find out there. And even from the people at GameDev.tv, when I asked directly, like one of the answers that I got immediately was the best way to find out is just to like buy some of the assets and see what other people are doing. And it's like, oh, cool. I paid you $300 for you to tell me to go spend money somewhere else. Excellent. Thank you. So yeah, I think I've come down, at the end of this thing. GameDev.tv ain't good. And I've heard that Udemy, it's like Academy, but Udemy is another GameDev.tv style thing that's out there that maybe GameDev.tv is even aping. Maybe Udemy came first, and so maybe I will look at Udemy as a place for this kind of learning in future. But yeah, having just talked through it here, I just found out that my recommendation is to not fuck around with GameDev.tv. It's not there. And I have taken multiple courses over multiple years, and it doesn't seem to be getting there. It doesn't seem to... Their priorities don't seem to involve the education side of things. Apparently, probably because they're successful enough at making their money without having to have a good curriculum. There's a lot that you can do by just making people feel like you got a friend in the room, making people feel like they're special. And that's, move you up a little bit like that might be their business model. But we are now at the 2-hour mark for the live stream, so we're gonna have ourselves a live stream break. That's the plan, Stan. When we come back, we got to figure out what to design here in 3D for my last week of the course here. They've left me to do whatever I want. I have some ideas. We can talk about them. They relate to game design, to games that I have ideas for possibly whipping together. So we can talk about my ideas, but if you've got any ideas for what you'd like to see me try and model up, having made that orc, what can't I make? So, kick out some ideas in chat while we're away, and meet me back here in 7 minutes, and we will carry on, for I am the Ronin Pawn. Don't go anywhere, Pawn, not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. So, what are we 3D modeling? Does anybody got any ideas? Because Hermasian suggested an animated pawn, a 3D chessboard, and Armus Colored would like us to go ahead and model that veiny cock. A vacuum exploded Kerbal. That's interesting. We could, you know? Alright, let's do a Kerbal anyway. Let's start with a Kerbal and we'll see what happens to that Kerbal. But, like, I got this as a reference somewhere. Right? Where is that? Let me just... hang on. We're gonna go to the real desktop layer here, and then do I have, like, where... Probably you're in the background. Join me on the, you know, journey through my fake OBS craziness that I do, because I'm an artist. Not blurred desktop. I'm looking for static desktop. There it is. Yeah, there you go. Welcome to the part of the desktop that never changes in this completely real desktop environment that I wouldn't lie to you about anything. Kerbal Legs. KerbalLegs.png under Resources Images. Okay, let me just grab the location of that. Alright. 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 Go ahead and head over to the blending environment where we can blend in a blenderific sort of blendle way. And well, you just give me a second while I try and pull up some Kerbal Legs here for reference. As one reference. And we'll get out pure ref and we'll put together like more references, but I do want to start with this one. So we've got Kerbal Legs as one reference for us. And I'm going to get pure ref open on my second screen, which actually blocks chat if I have it where I usually keep it, so I can't have it there. That's right. Last time we did this, I just made pure ref very small and just put it over a certain portion of the screen that I don't need. Hard to manage a live stream with all of the information that you kind of need at your fingertips at any given moment, and use something like PureRef. PureRef is a program that you can just sort of drag and drop images to straight from the browser, and it will create a scene that organizes those images, so you can just have it open and be able to reference it at a glance. And so now we've got Kerbal Legs is in there. You may have noticed me during the live stream break getting Thorium open, so that we could, pull more references. So just a Kerbal is what we'd want. And I'll just use Google Images here. Oh, hey, in-game. Naked Kerbal in-game? What? Is that for real? It's only 300 by 300, so it's kind of... I mean, to hell with it. I'll grab it and drag it over. I can always zoom it in PureRef very easily. Alright, shut up with that. I like the idea of the in-game images. I prefer images that that aren't on white, because I have a photosensitivity issue and I don't need to be staring at or have something in the corner of my eye that's white the whole freaking time. But let's see if we can't get like better recommendations. Oh, it's transparent. That'll work. I'll take you. You're only 200 by 254. Alright, let's use the tools. Size large. Are you transparent? No. Not too much to a Kerbal, anyway. Maybe I'll make like a more detailed Kerbal than Kerbals are Kerbal, you know? Yeah, I guess I'll just grab this. It's at least a 1200 by 1200 thing. I can get a close look at multiple Kerbals at once. Let's if I do Valentina Kerman, maybe I can get like specific images. Oh, we're gonna get some Rule 34 on Valentina. I didn't realize that just searching for Valentina could result in some undesirable things. And again, 400 by 400. What? Remember when I told you large? The new search, you didn't have to take the setting off, actually. I think I'll probably make a male Kerbal, so let's not do that. Let's do a Jebediah. 393. What the fuck is with the internet? It's the modern internet. You don't do that anymore. Everything's supposed to be 4K. What the hell is this? Oh, we could do that. Now there's an idea, huh? Go for a humanistic Kerbal instead of just making the Kerbal. Make an actual human Kerbal. Somebody's already done it. But we could do our own. What are you? Okay, you're at least a 1080 by 1080 kind of a thing. What? Bitch? Is that... Are you for real? Once I got it in a pure ref, it's a lot smaller than it seems. Yeah, no. What? Alright, take me to the original then. No. Really? That's not the one that we were looking at. The world really wants me to use this, though, apparently. So, I will drag it in. But I'll have to make it very small because it's on a white background, and also not use it. This is what I clicked on, so I don't know how we ended up there. Are you... Alright. Alright, I got enough little references for Jeb here. It'd be nice to have a Kerbal in profile. Hello, Mephistopheles. Kerbal in profile. That probably doesn't exist, but... Yeah, why would you ever generate an image of a Kerbal in profile? We're going to be the first ones to ever generate an image of a Kerbal in profile. Hey, what's this? There's some in profile stuff. If we could just get... Hey! Helmet removal, you say? This is a giant image, too. Oh, that's good. Okay. Good morning, Mephistopheles. We're gonna 3D model a Kerbal, apparently. Fuck, take two. Why? Shouldn't be too hard, I guess, is mainly why. Because we needed something to do, and it was shouted out, and now it's what we're doing, so get on board the gravy train. I'm just organizing my pure ref situation over here. It's a very small area of the screen, so I want to get as much visual packed in as I can. I've got one Kerbal sitting on the other's head, and it's the one with the lady legs. Okay, let's just go ahead and take the happy face. Let's just get rid of that. Don't need those. For the sake of y'all, I could put up like a section where we are looking at one of these images. And the one that I know where I can get would be under I, videos, resources, images. Hey, there's a proud Kerbal. Oh, it's an icon, though. We're looking for the lady. This one. Kerbal legs. There you go. That's what we're working toward. That's just for you, I guess. Meanwhile, I've got a lot more reference imagery. Where's my cool one? My big one with all the faces and heads and stuff in it. This guy. Okay. So, we will start at the world origin. And I guess I'll start with a cylinder. So how many sides do we want to our cylinder? To start out, we could probably stay pretty small and then, expect to... we'll go with 20, actually. I won't go too crazily small on it. We'll expect to subdivide. Radius, what's the size of a Kerbal's head? Do you think? We should actually try and figure out a little bit. I'm just going to go based off of the image that I've got here. So if we assume the radius of a Kerbal's head it's not 12 inches, that would be a very big head. We don't want our Kerbals getting headed. But it could be 6-inch radius because then that's 12-inch diameter. And that's a foot across, and that could be true. And if that's true, it looks like their heads are about 2/3. Something like that, maybe a little bit less than that now that I'm seeing it, down to about 16, and that's about the size of a Kerbal skull. So we'll start here. In fact, just for the sake of it, I will cursor to selected, I will set the origin to the geometry, and then world to that's origin, and then selection to cursor. I do this fast every time, and the Blender doesn't fucking catch it. What did I not do? Huh? Right click, set origin to 3D cursor. Now your origin is the 3D. It wants me to slow down or something like that. To world origin, and now the selection to the cursor, and now it's at perfect level. That's all I wanted. You fuck. Now the Kerbal head kind of tapers in the middle. Is the thing. I want to be... I went to a baseball game, says Mephistopheles, in Japan the other day, and by pure coincidence, the guy who bought the seat next to mine was from the same area of Pennsylvania as you? Of PA? PA? Yeah, it's got to be Pennsylvania, right? Puerto Rico? Really? That's crazy. That's insane. There's a little bit of a taper inward and outward here, and so for minimum topology, probably something like this. It seems to spread out a little bit more at the top. Let's not have... What is that even called again? Proportional editing. Let's not have proportional editing on. So we'll start like this. I guess I'm going to grid this. So, where's grid fill? There it is. Actually, do I have it on? Yeah, I've put it here, haven't I? I didn't. All right, well, maybe I want it there. So this is an interesting thing, is that in Blender, you can right-click on any command, add to quick favorites, and then when you press Q for quick favorites, it'll be there. And so there's a grid fill. I don't like the orientation. Oh. 5 is fine. I think I wanted the offset. I wanted it to spin in a different direction. Yeah, that should do it for us. And the reason why that should do it for us, and now I want proportional, is that we need the head to come up a bit. Yeah, something like this. How much? Something like that. And so we're getting toward a Kerbal head, but why is there difference, and why do I have? And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to grab you. Oh, I see. I see. That's interesting topology in order to get down to that. Scale Z0. And then... Oh, wait, without that, scale Z0, flatten you out, and then it doesn't mess up everything else. And honestly, same thing for you. I want you to here, to here, to here, and to here. Scale Z0. Yeah, no, that one's fine. That one's fine the way it is. Alright, so we're getting basic Kerbal head shape here. This is also non-OK topology there. So I would like to rotate this to be perfectly in line with the world so that this back face here is in line with the world, that this one here, these three. So the way that we're going to do that is, how many faces? I give this 16 faces, right? So I'm going to open up a calculator on the other screen, and I'm going to say 360 divided by 16 is 22.5, and then I'm going to rotate on Z by 22, 2.5, and that's too much. So 11.25? Was it not 16? Let's try making another one, because the setting will be preserved. It was 20. I went with 20. That's why it didn't work. But if you want to get a perfect rotation, then 20, 360 divided by 20, or you can do 18 degrees. Yeah, it's actually 180 is what you want to do for that, but you do half of it. So I just spun it by 9 degrees, and that should make us perfect with the world now. With the fronts and the backs and the backs and the fronts and stuff like that. Which will be important for some reason, probably, maybe, at some point. So immediately, though, I'm looking at, if we can, oh, I hate that. I hate that this is how they connect, and I have to do this every time. What we could do is Palestine's trying to figure out what PA stands for. We could do a little bit of a bevel here to get just a little bit more shaping there. It'll also be like a function as a supporting loop if we do subdivide, which is probably where we're headed there. At the base, we want this to round down into a thing as well. So if I see now the base here is working. Okay, Pennsylvania. Pencil-sippy. Thank you. Yeah, what are the odds of running into somebody from not Japan, even, that's sitting right next to you, and it turns out they're not only not from Japan, they're from your country, but not only from your country. They're from your state, from your province, from your next door neighbor. How the fuck did that happen? Q and then grid fill gets us there, except for the offset. I want that in line again. And you can see what they've done. What happens here is, it's creating quads. And this is why when we do this, we don't get it to go all the way around now, after I made the grid. Why it's done it in fourths is because we've got this piece right here, which is a stretched quad that is acting as a pole. The pole is heading in these 3 directions, whereas with the other connection points, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 directions. But this one only heads off in 3, and so that interrupts this process, and it's like, I don't know where you want me to go, boss, because there's 3 directions instead of 4, so I don't know how to parse this, boss. And that's why we're screwed like that. What is this effect I'm getting? Go ahead and just zoom that. So we do want a little bit of a rounded thing going on here. And now that I'm thinking about this, now that I'm looking at what we got here, like, why even grid fill this? Because it's going to come down into a neck. And so instead of that, say I just went to this mode and we brought it down on the Z. And we want this one to scale in a little bit. We're going to round it out. And then we'll do another extrusion. And this one's going to come in a lot, though. Because, again, we're trying to do minimum topology at this point. With the expectation that we'll do subdivisions and stuff like that. And then I feel like from here we just do one that just goes straight in. These kerbals have very little skinny necks. And so then you get a neck like that. It comes down, it kind of disappears into the spacesuit. But I do feel like I've done a little bit too small on that, so I'll widen it back out. Looking at the reference here. Yeah, they got skinny little necks, don't they? So that's kind of the shape of a Kerbal head. Right there. And technically we don't need this loop cut right there, but we will. We certainly will. So we got the basic shape of a Kerbal head, and if I step back here and I have a look at what we've got, let's go ahead and just throw a subdiv on there just to see what it's like. See how things deform. In fact, we'll go up to 2 and 2. And I'll throw on smooth shading. Alright, I'll throw on shade auto smooth. I won't? Shade auto smooth. There we go. That gets it done. And I'm just looking at this, profile and asking myself what I think. Okay, so what I think is we want the cheeks to come out a little bit on a Kerbal, apparently. So you... in fact, don't show me this right now. I want to be seeing what the actual is. So cheeks come out. If anything, I feel like all of this is a little bit too wide. This is a kind of a fat-headed Kerbal right now, so if no change on the Z. Alright, I'll do like that. I don't want to change anything down there. Yeah. But nothing on the Z. I squeeze you in a little bit more. That already feels more like the thing. Back out of X-ray mode. Yeah, I don't really need the auto smooth. I just need shade smooth. Okay, if we turn that back on, it rounds things out nicely. It needs to round more at the top of the head. So give me this again. And then I guess the easiest way to get there would be give me a loop cut, and I'll bring you up like this. And then easiest way would be to do like that. This selection and then drag it up a bit more. And then shrink it in on everything with the Z. And that should round out that edge even more. The silhouette is working-ish, except that this needs to be stronger. The taper needs to be stronger. And yeah, the mouth is all the way down there. And then the question would be, does that taper, or does this bunch go all the way around the head, or is that just for the mouth? I think it does lay off in the back, on the back side. So on one side you've got this bulging, but on the other side, if I go to the back now, from like here to here, all of those, it's probably going to have a weird effect, honestly. If I pull you in, kind of like that, just taper that off a little. And then one of the other things I could probably do to help this along is smooth vertices, so that from the front, we still get that taper. I mean, it's all the way around, but we need a little bit more up front here. Yep, stay in that mode. Yeah, we want you to bulge. And you. And then with the smooth vertices, just a little bit less. Getting the basic head shape of a Kerbal, and I think we've got it pretty much there. This is a little sharp at the bottom, although the shading isn't helping with really knowing what we're getting. But I will try sliding you up a bit, maybe even sliding you down a bit. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Let me see something that shows that neck again, though. Neck's a little bit weird. That's the basic shape of the Kerbal. And now that we've got the basic shape of the Kerbal, it's gonna get a lot easier if I just go ahead and give us a loop cut down the middle. Chop this off. Get rid of all the faces. Wait. Need you guys to go too. Okay, this is why some people use the auto mirror mod. And I've got it enabled now. And then come out of here, Q, mirror, and now we've got a mirror where I only have to work on one side of it, and we get the thing. The thing? The thing is what we get. Now, the eyeballs of a Kerbal are really simple. They're just spheres. That my only question is whether or not to make them part of the model or make them separate. And I guess we'll make them separate, but then that means you need... Are we looking at it from the front? We are. It'll be fine. And then so UV sphere, icosphere, probably UV. And then make it a lot smaller, but we can do that with scale. We need to figure out like what are the segments and ring count though. And we shouldn't need much. Go down to 16 to start. That was, 16. And 8. 12 and 6. 12 and 6, and then it's subdividable pretty easily. Yeah. Okay, now let's find the scale that it needs to come to. Their eyes are about here. Important thing, like, good thing that'll help you with the eyes if you're doing them with this way, is to rotate them down so that one of the, joining vertices is facing, front facing, so that the pupil will be like across here. And that's just helpful. And now I'll add a modifier. Well, I don't have to do it. I've got it right here. Q, mirror, except for this time, we're going to mirror it on the central point of this guy, which means apparently I'll have to change what the central point of this guy is. The origin. No, not to the 3D cursor. Yes, to the 3D cursor, but I just didn't do it. So cursor is selected. Now the 3D origin is there. It's fine. And then set origin to 3D cursor. Okay, so do you know why this is happening? because I know why this is happening. It's whenever this is the one lesson, the most important lesson in Blender that you can ever learn, okay? If you can only learn one thing about designing in Blender, it's that if something is happening and you don't understand why, the answer is Control-A, apply rotation and scale. It's always that, okay? It's always that. That is always the problem. It is never not the problem. I need to turn clipping on the mirror mode, too. And then this little thing right here, it's because of this, but the clipping isn't, should I Control X, apply rotation and scale? See how it works up there, but it doesn't down there? It's because it's not joined at the bottom, I guess. So were I to join this, which is unjoinable, right? How many vertices is this? Let's get the information up that I should probably have this up all of the time. Statistics. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, I just punched you in the face. If your face is the microphone. So there are 12 vertices here, and 11 edges. If there's 12 vertices, can't I, like, F? Can I just do this and just fill across? Yeah. Yeah. And then there's two ways to handle, like, the weird pinching thing that's going on here because of our subdivision surface, and that's either you can add a loop cut, like that, and just waste faces for no reason whatsoever, or you select around here, and you Control E, and you... Actually, no, you Shift E and hit 1, and then that defines what the sharpness should be for the purpose of subdivisions. You can also go ahead and mark sharp if you want for the purpose of the auto smoothing. And then you get that kind of a thing. Yeah, he does look like Bart, doesn't he? Bart-like. Their eyes are set wider than this. And they definitely like rotate out a little bit. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna rotate like that. KERBALs, they're a little bit they're a little bit that's what they do. And then if I sink you in a little bit more, I honestly feel like they're probably squashed too. They're not spheres. So what I need a but okay. I know what I want, but now the question is, can I get it, you know? Can he get it? Did I ever apply that? Like, why don't I have... I've got a weird scale. Oh, that's why, because I did that in... Yep, there's your problem there. So I need to do this before I do that rotation in there. Or can I just come out and rotate them? Yes, you can, you moron. Okay. I was doing it internally because I was like, then I won't get the effect that I'm looking for. But yes, you will. So we're going to flatten them down. We're going to move them in a bit. And just looking at... That actually seems about right. And so, importantly, we don't need, like, the KERBAL needs to be able to turn the eyes and stuff like that, you know? But we don't need these faces, right? Just don't need them. Should never see those. Even if your eyes turn, like, a lot. Should never really see those. And honestly, I feel like you could just about get away with that for for how little eye turning goes on with a Kerbal. But if you do turn the eye, now that you've squashed it, that becomes a problem, doesn't it? Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. I just see about, they might bulge and vacuum. Honestly, this is the kind of character where the eye doesn't move. The pupil gets animated across the surface of the eye, is more what happens here. So, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these faces as well. Yeah. I think, anyway. And we shade smooth, and we'll apply a modifier to, round it out a fair bit more than we had. And then I'm thinking, what am I thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? A thing that we could do to make this a little bit easier. No. I mean, what if we made like its own little pupil here? Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to myself. You hear me saying that? Because that's what I'm saying to myself. I'm saying it to myself anyway. Like, say I just made a duplicate, and we moved it out a little bit, and I scaled it down. Moved it out a little bit. And then I super flattened it out. And then we come in here, get rid of anything that's not necessary, which I feel like is going to be anything like that. Is there anything else behind you? Yes, there is. That's what I thought. Get rid of all that. And then I got this pupil here. And pull you back again. Get rid of that. Make sure you're touching the eye. The eye rounds, and that makes it... Yeah, but our pupil rounds, too. And so now we've got a pupil. And what I could do is I could parent the pupil to the eye, so that if you grab the eye and you move it, then the pupil will stay with it. And that will allow me to like make little adjustments if I think the eyes are wrong in future. I feel like they might have a little bit of... a little bit of upward stretch. Possibly not. Yeah, it depends on what image I'm looking at, and I don't think it's there. The pupils, though, they're just that it's not right. Like, the pupils aren't that damned goofy. The pupils, and it makes me think, like, what is the situation with these pupils? What is the situation with the shape of the eye? Like, let's say I turned this on, and then we did project to face, and maybe just face project, and then I came here, and I grabbed this. Yeah, because then you need to follow the surface, you need to stick to the surface of that, and so I don't know if this is going to work or not, but let's try a shrink wrap. Shrink wrap modifier on the surface of the sphere. Yeah, that pulls the whole thing down. And what I want is more... what is it that you want? What is even happening? How is this shrink wrap like deforming my thing here? If we did a project and we did on the negative and the positive, then that's getting more like what I expected to happen. If I take the negative off, that's interesting. Negative and positive stretches in that weird way. Huh. With the shrink rack modifier, it's doing a weird thing there. But I wanted to see about, like, at that point, can you do that? You can't. Okay. That's not the solution. It's not necessary anyway to sort this problem out right now. I was just curious about, like, where's that gonna go eventually. So we've got a mouth, and the mouth actually raises up a bit, huh? Looking at these. Certainly looks like it do. Do we want to do a genuine mouth, like that opens and everything?
We are many. You are but one.
Who was that? Dragon Kings 89. Wait, no, that was from before. See, now the problem is I got pure ref in front of some of the information that I need to have. And it's Jonas 82253. Thank you. Welcome to and you followed and stuff like that. I think I'm going to do, like, we've got the bulge going on. We've got a bulge going on. It's not enough on the Y, really. What am I doing? Just keep holding. So there's a lot of that. A lot of that bulge. But I feel like it's got to be counterbalanced by another loop cut that doesn't bulge quite as much. What I want to do is probably grab it here and then GZ. Oh, hey, we're doing Blender here today. Did you guys know that? Why didn't anybody tell me we're doing Blender here today? Because when we're doing Blender, one of the things that I could have running, that I could have run if I could get to any of the things in any of the places. This is just, I need a third monitor. I need a third monitor at this point. One of the things that I do, fuck off, pure ref. You're in the way. You're always in the way. Is I could have KeyViz on. Alright, you're back. And then where's OBS? It's working? It's working. There you go. And you got some KeyViz. If that matters to you. You can see when I hold shift in order to move the camera and stuff, huh? Who gives a damn? Twitch. And then pull pure ref back up. Didn't know you could change to Imperial in Blender. I had to work it out. And it definitely works against you in a number of situations. But if it's what you're more comfortable with, then it is in here. Where is it? Is it under output? Yeah, post-processing output. No, it's under output. Idjit. Not under render. Tool options. Tool workspace. No. Where the hell is it? I mean, it's got to be something that doesn't just apply to the object. That's why I went to, like, output and stuff. Is it under here? I mean, that's the same as what's over there. View. It's in here. You just gotta Google, like, where it is. I know it's... Where the hell is it? And it is just something over here. It's not, like, in the settings. It's... View layer... That just angers me that I can't find it. World? Custom properties, viewport display, settings. I don't know. You'll have to Google it. It's in here. I swear it is. I mean, you can see that it is. But yeah, it's little budges too in order to like get the world space to sort of the grid to follow the way that you would expect it to once you switch to Imperial and you're working on inches instead of millimeters and stuff. But if it's what you're more comfortable with, then work in what you're more comfortable with. The other guy's computer, he could switch that over when he gets it on his his system if that's what he wants. So I pulled out the mouth area a little bit. We need more. Okay, yeah, that's what I was expecting to happen. What is that? Are you like flipping Whoa. Hey. Have I got a hold of something that oh, it's because you got the thing snapping on again. Really easy to just accidentally leave that snapping on. What were you... Wait, no, we started here because there was a reason. And it was because I was setting up for actually being able to carve this mouth in there, but, you know, not. Not in sculpt mode. That's actually not working. It's not working. Give me this, because I think I'm going to follow you around here. That's a thing. That is a thing. But if you're there, like the mouth needs to move down. If this is going to be the mouth, which it shouldn't. This is the thing, that's the lip, then this is where the mouth forms. And then just move it down a bit, and then bevel it. It's very skinny, the mouth on a KERBAL. You guys can see it here. I'm looking off at something else, and I have forgotten many times that you guys can see it here. There's definitely a little bit of like a smile going on here. Slight smile. And you. Yes. Might be a touch too low. They do have a bit of a chin to them. No. So I was in the right place in the first place, and then I adjusted it, and then I put it back. That's how we do, huh? And then for you, like, how's this gonna work out? I mean, the walking around model of a KERBAL doesn't have a mouth. You know, if we wanted to give it a mouth, then we really gotta on this. But I think the in-game version of a KERBAL doesn't have that mouth. I think I will try and give it a mouth. Looking at this one up here, seeing that he's got teeth and stuff like that, so he's going to need enough of a cavity in there to do something. What are we working on? Let's go ahead and scale you out in the Z, so that there's more interior to work with in there. And then if we're going to do the loop cut thing, we end up with more topology than we necessarily need to do the loop cut thing. I think instead... Yeah, no, I think instead... Oh, by the way, guys, I started watching Dark Matter again. Ooh. Instead, I might just use edge crease. They look pretty horrifying with the texture, too. Yeah, they do. This is the kind of thing you get from edge crease, though, is you get these weird, you know, pulling, tapering. I mean, it's because the pole, actually, is the real problem there, is you got poles. We can come back to it eventually. I want you a little smaller. Not quite as open. I'm looking for here. Yep. Maybe we'll pull this down even. No. I always do that. I click on the one. In my head I held shift when I did it, but I didn't actually do it. Okay. Now the hair, it's all texture, you know, like this whole friggin' thing is texture on a Kerbal. It's not it's like no modeling here. It's all I feel as though this should splay out a little. Well then, what you really want is another loop cut. And I think high up there, and then grab you down here, and... Yeah, that's the problem with that, isn't it? Give me you, and you, and you. And a little bit open. Makes me feel better. We might just improve on the Kerbal design here. I feel like we have to give it hair. Right? We need to give him hair. It's just, otherwise there's just nothing to the damn Kerbal. So if we give him physical hair, it would start up here and it would go back there. I mean, from here you know what I'm tempted to do? Is just take this into the sculpting environment and start having fun. Start having fun on the Kerbal head. Yeah, I think that would be the most interesting thing that we could possibly do with this right now. That being said, I don't think I would want to bring you with it. Right? So let's do this. I will grab all these things, which are all the things. Let's actually do Kerbal head, Kerbal eyes, Kerbal pupils, and then having all those things named and selected will like pack them into a new collection, Kerbal, but also then I'm going to duplicate it all, slide you over, and then send y'all to a new collection called Unapplied, which will never be seen or heard from again. But anything that we want to preserve as we do like destructive modeling will go into there. So then what I'll do is I'm going to join the eye, but not the pupil necessarily, to the Kerbal head, and we'll go over to the sculpting workspace and make sure that that's our guy. Alt-Q switches between objects. If I want to switch over to modeling on the pupil, I could Alt-Q there, but we're working on the head, and we're not going to mess with the pupil. And I've just, meshed all these things together, so what we can do is we can choose how fine we want our mesh to be for the sake of sculpting. And less is more until you're ready to, really dig in. The thing is, there's kind of nothing to a Kerbal, so I think we're pretty much ready to dig in. What else are we? We'll go to 0.3, and I'll Control-R to actually apply the retopology, and oh my god. Oh no, what's happened? I think that has to do with our modifiers and things. So I will apply that. I'll even apply the mirror, because in the sculpting workspace, we're gonna have X mirroring anyway. So we still set up there, yeah, Control-R, And so that's more what I expected to see there. So we now have, if we go into here, this is what the mesh now looks like. And also because we did a retopology in the sculpting space after joining the spheres to the face, there is no interior to those spheres anymore. Remember, they were sort of popping through. When you retopo, it gets rid of that interior topology that it doesn't, that isn't visible, that doesn't need anymore. But so any changes that we make on one side will be made on the other. Holding down Shift accesses the smooth brush, but I should keep the sharpness of the eyes. I can get them back. One of the things that I usually do, because I'm working with a mouse, though, is I actually go to the smooth brush and I reduce the power of it. So let's go down to maybe something like 3, and that will apply to every other brush. When you're holding Shift, well, that axis that uses the smoothing brush, and whatever you change the power to on the smoothing brush will be carried over to wherever else you're using it. So this is one thing, is we can go around and we can actually smooth it manually ourselves like that. Or we could go to the mesh filter here, and over here we got filter type inflate. If we do smooth, then you can just grab and drag to one direction, and as you drag, it will smooth out everything that you've got. And that's why I didn't do it with that tool, is because we don't have anything really going on here to be using that tool. This whole mess here, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm just going to smooth it back out. We've got sort of the general lift and the indentations, and from here we can, see what we do. Now, I'm looking at a Kerbal's head right now in my workspace. You aren't, so let's give you the image editor, and let's pull up that Kerbal legs and give you a bit of a head that you can see. And I mean, number one, let me get these eyes sorted back out. So I'm going to smooth them out a little bit more. I'm going to round the whole head is going to pull toward these eyes, apparently. But then we're going to go over to the crease polish tool and see what we can do with that. Crease polish tightens things up. It pulls the vertices toward one another at the center there. So we're getting ourselves a nice crease, but crease polish is soft. It does it in a soft way. Crease sharp tool, if I bring the crease sharp tool in, it gets pretty serious pretty quick. Crease polish is a little bit less committal. I'm just gonna smooth out these edges a little bit more. Try and get rid of the sort of lines that I can see. We could just use a little bit more topology, and that would help as well. But this is already interesting. We've got a Kerbal that nobody's ever seen before because of what we've decided to do here. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. I'm going to keep the same strength. I'm just going to go around the edge and try and tighten this up a bit without going too overboard. I've managed to give us a little dip in the eye here. Could try correcting that with the inflate tool. Just give it a little bit more pull and then smooth it out. That seems to have kind of done it. And there's maybe a little bit too much here, so now I'm holding control in order to deflate and then smooth it out. That was horrible. Don't do any of that. Keep the prefer the topology, or prefer what you already had there. What about you? If I just and then I dab you a little bit with the smoothing, does that work? Does that destroy everything that I've ever loved in my life? Is just gone now? Tap a couple of times on the edge of you. Just trying to bring this in to get more of that sort of perfect circle effect. It's not so bad. That's not so bad. And he's starting to already like get like alien-ish, huh? Like he wasn't in the first place. So if we want to bring the mouth back, that's a whole thing, isn't it? And in fact, what I could do right now is I could Control R to put another retopo in, but every time I do that, we're going to lose a little bit of detail. So let's do a little bit more work. And then we can raise the retopo amount before we move in on it. I can just push you in, maybe with a smaller brush. You know what's probably easier? What? It's just using a grab tool. And then once you get it in there, you can smooth and it'll pull everything where it wants to be. Just trying to make a mouth cavity here. Yeah, what would be a better tool than this? Honestly, like just draw even would do it. You hold Control and you push it in. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm going to smooth this back out. Grab the draw brush, hold Control. And just back and forth it. Dig that out a little. See, every time you do the smooth, though, it just pulls it back into place. I think what I should probably try and do is get the cavity. And then do the retopology to get more material to work with in order to push this in. But try and get like a good starting place on how much interior we're going to need, and this is nowhere near it yet. Get a lot stronger, but keep the size. Is that okay? I don't know. Hold Control. Their mouths are just, they go like forever. They're a lot further than you think they are. Yeah, to about just under the eye. That's about what we want in terms of like how far around the face. And then this is where we need like more topology. And I could up it slightly to try and preserve. It's not going to preserve that. Don't worry about it. We'll clean it up later. I need the topology in here, and now we should have some topology in here. We don't have enough. Go ahead and bring this down. Go crazy. In fact, if you're going to go crazy, bring it back to before you did that and go crazy. I'd like to see what my statistics are, too. So again, over to, where is that? You. Get the stats up. 77,000 for a KERBAL face. But the idea is, now I can get in here and make something out of the mess that I've been putting together. Trying to carve in a cavity. Ain't easy. Yo. That's what I'm finding out. Just smooth you out a little bit for now. Okay. Yeah, we're still on draw, and I still need to push it back further. Control R to get the topology again. Smooth that back out. Smooth that back out. I'm trying to not pull it back forward when I smooth. Okay. It's a very cartoony sort of mouth interior, but maybe we should be a little bit more, I don't know, realistic with it. I mean, this is where I need to start making decisions about, like, let's have some fun with this, right? Lean into that this is a little green man, weird old alien. Who knows what's going on in here? Go ahead and model the esophagus. You just gotta keep going until, you know, you decide that, until something inside just says, yep, that's enough. There we go. Retopologize there so we get the vertices that we need. Smooth this out, make things look nice. It's like a tooth sockets, actually, right there. How you got in the bar, so I had to pick them up off the floor? You put them back in for me, Doc? Model each individual tooth. Yeah, make them just horrific, including the roots. Alright, now I'll start, like, pulling that KERBAL mouth back a little. No, you don't want to shut the mouth until you've, like, put in some stuff, right? There's a tongue. There's teeth. You want to have some access to that. In fact, maybe he should open wide. Maybe you should open wide for me. Say ah. Just trying to pull the lip away a little bit. Alright. Smooth it all out nicely. He doesn't need to be horrific. Just needed a nice open space in here, and now I've got it. And now to do teeth, I honestly feel like the teeth, the way that they've done it here, if we look at the model we've got, they're not something that I should model. They're not something that I should sculpt anyway. Like, we can... Well, but that's what we're going to do, is we're going to sculpt what shouldn't be sculpted. Right. No, you're right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the layout, and we're going to get ourselves a row of teeth. How am I going to make this row of teeth? I'm going to make this row of teeth. What mesh do I even start with? I can't really envision it. I'm gonna go with a circle, I guess. I'm gonna go to like 64. Get down to something. Actually, maybe keep you at something a little higher. And then flatten you out. Hmm. I mean, one of the things that you could do straight away is get rid of the back set of teeth. You don't intend to need. Looks like maybe there's one or two more of these than we'll need. Edges, please. But then this shape to follow a little bit more. Let's say I grabbed you. I turned on proportional. I pulled. Okay, but let's do it from dead over top. And I guess we'll grab that. And lock it to the Y. Yeah, it's something like that. And then when I slide you back, you're inside the head and you're following the line pretty okay. At least the top line. I think I can live with that. You know what? Leave those in for now. It's not going to matter. And then can I just extrude? Okay. And then if I were to solidify that, and yeah, half an inch of depth, a whole inch of depth. Kind of need my image of the Kerbal with its mouth open a little bit. If I give you an inch of depth, I'll give you like 3/4 of an inch worth of tooth thickness for the cartooniness of it, and for the you want it thick. And then I'll just straight up apply that. And then what? Well, and then I'm thinking we grab you and I try from dead front on the Z. Like that. Okay. It's something. Trying to get the top. That's the bottom. Wait. Oh, that it goes all the way around. I see. Well, give me from here to here to here. I want to make sure... No. I want to make sure that the teeth go into the head. So, make them overdone. And I really shouldn't have pulled down on this, is what we're finding out. So back to front view. Wait, no, with that on. We want to even these out a little bit more. Let's try you now. Doesn't have to be perfect. If anything, shouldn't be perfect. We're going to sculpt on it too, so just trying to get something that's like, maybe that'll be viable when we get there. You guys need to go further back. This would be easier to do if I had a mirror modifier on it, but it doesn't really break in the middle. Let's take the time to do it anyway. So, yeah, faces. Give me those. Why didn't you grab that one? Faces go away. And then apply a mirror. And then we'll go back in, turn clipping on, grab this guy. And yeah, make sure that they do that. Also need to make sure there's no face between them. There isn't. Good. Okay, now that's interesting. I want you to mirror around the head. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's why I expected to have to mess around in here with this. Connect those two. Okay, now that we've done that, moving these back will be easier. Grab this, and just on the Y, and maybe on the X to pull in. Curl that around a little bit more. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. But it's a cartoony character that we're playing with, so it will be weird. And then we need the same thing for the bottom. So we'll just Shift-E duplicate. Drag you down. Starting to look a little bit psychotic. That's fine. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back over to sculpting. And before we get too much further gone, just drag this back down. Yeah. There you go. But let's pull these teeth back, the lower teeth. Back a bit. He's got a bit of an overbite. Bring him up a touch. A bit forward again. This is going to get really creepy, really fun. And that's when it's going to be fun, is when it gets really creepy. And it's already getting creepy that there's just like humps in the teeth and stuff like that. And the cute cartooniness of it is getting, of the original is getting lost to the variations that we're adding. He'll need a tongue. Before we link anything up, let's try and sculpt in a tongue. In fact, yeah, can I not you and then make everything else go away? So I can get in here and probably just draw this in. No, I always do that. That's a big problem for me with Blender. Big problem with Blender in general. It's not with me, it's with everybody. Just all these fucking keys are like right on top of each other. They're right on top of each other. You reach to grab something and you end up hiding it, or... I don't know why I've got the Malcolm in the Middle theme song stuck in my head. You're not the one for me now. Or no, wait, you're not the boss of me now. And then we can come back with that crease polish. Although we might even want to start with the crease sharp. Where's the center of the damn thing? Okay, I may have overdone it. Now that we've got it started, back with the crease polish. And something like that. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Maybe back to the crease sharp, bring it down. I need the center of the thing. I'm having trouble finding the center here. And we need a retopo. Okay. And then smooth. I guess a little bit of that. And then back to the polish. I'm trying to smooth out the weird stuff. While also, getting that polish point back. I feel like I'm looking at the surface of the moon with a zoom. It's the surface of the mun, first off. So, the thing with using a mouse is you frequently have to just, like, bring the power way down on whatever it is you're using. So that you can get the control authority that you need. I do have a tablet. I just don't know where it is. And it's also like a cheap ass, it's not like a... They actually call them Wacom's or something like that, so it's not a Wacom, is how I am familiar with it. It's not a good... I mean, I'm not going to say it's not a good one. I'm just saying, like, it's not a major brand or anything like that. I haven't used it enough to really know if it's a good one or if it's good. And I've never used it for blenders, so that's a bit of a problem, too. Oh, you did spell it right. And my brain just converted it to the moon. You did spell it mun. Okay, so now we got the tongue in and we could bring the teeth in. Yeah, we will need more topology eventually. I'm just going to leave that where it is. Let's exit this view. So the teeth are... Okay. I mean, let's do it. Let's see where it goes. So back over to layout mode. And I'm going to go ahead and join all these up. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh. I should apply. Apply. Oh, wait, you know what I should do, actually, is I should take these and I should duplicate them. And then, I don't know. Wait, did I get rid of the mirror on one of them before I duplicated? Then that would be a problem. You and you. Yeah. I see. Move you over there and then send you to the unapplied zone. Not that we'll ever want these back. But general good practice. And then we'll join them up. I said you were supposed to apply them. Look, do this. Right click and then convert to mesh. And then they're applied. And then join. Back over to the sculpt. Give ourselves some more topology to work with. Down to 0.8. Now we're up to 200,000. Oh my god! Oh my god! Instant teeth. Nasty looking things too. These instant teeth. Yeah. Just gonna. How do you want to do this? Actually, let's give this a try. Let's do the mesh filter with smooth. You can immediately make the teeth go away by smoothing them out. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do... I'm going to go right back over to like a whatever brush, any kind of a brush. And I just got to be careful in the way that I smooth this out, I guess. They can be wacky. They can be messed. I don't know if they can be wacky or messed up, actually. Ooh, that was good right up until it wasn't. Hate it when you got like a brush stroke that's like, ah, that was perfect. Nailed it. And then right at the end you fuck it up. Control Z. You know, once they're smooth, then we bring back the definition with the creases and stuff like that, so... That actually augurs for me to just use the mesh filter. Get on the inside of the teeth. Surface of the mun again? Can't have anybody getting cavities. Why does this seem like it's not being applied on both sides? Oh yeah, it is. There's a lot of both sides that I'm just not seeing. Just a lot more than I thought was there. This is just in case the camera ever sees from the perspective of the KERBAL's tongue. It's important. Want to overlook the important things. All right, we have a 180,000 face Kerbal head started up here, and now it's time to get stupid, I think. So let's zoom you back out. No, it's not time to get stupid. We still got to get closer to it. We want to give him real hair. That was the thing. Now, clay strips is a horrible tool for the mouse. Brilliant tool for the tablet. Amazing what you can do with clay strips when you're using a tablet. The mouse is awful because you've got no like fine control. You can't adjust the control that you have. Is kind of the problem there. I'm gonna go with like big strips to start, and then I'll create smaller strips on the way out and down, I suppose. Let me get back to a picture of a face here. Come in handy when someone commissions you for Kerbal vor porn. I'm just figuring out where the hairline is on Jebediah here, and it starts a little bit lower, and do like this. Come around. It goes very high, though, so I think I've already come too low with that. Back to the big ones so we can get something started. I really need a profile, and I don't think I have any profiles. I got front and I got back. It's also, seems like their hairline stays very high, like they don't get much down there. What's the back look like again? I'm just moving my reference images around here. Yeah, they actually do a weird thing with the hair where it does kind of come around to the back and then like juts down all of a sudden. So I'm going to do this, but then the hair just like, let me make sure I'm looking at the back of the back, because then it does like, let's make this smaller. It's actually a really flat hairline too. I'm tempted to just make it better, but I shouldn't. I think it needs to come down a little bit more. That'll probably work out. Okay. Let's, where do you think a Kerbal's... Yeah, it's got to come from here. Like the point that the hair grows out from. So it's from there. That's the spot. That's the bald spot right there. Okay. So now get to like much finer strips. Now that we've identified, we've set up the basic hairline. And I guess I shouldn't try and like put these strips everywhere, because I need to come back with, you know, various sizes of strips, so that we don't have too much same-attitudedness, and also so that we're following the general artistic rule of big, little, small. Do I have like a stroke thing set here? Because it's not following my full movement. So we've got the brush settings, clay strips, stroke, spacing 5%. Hash length jitter. It might just be part of this brush that it does that, I guess. It's okay. I'm not like completely pissed off by it. It's just, it's weird that it's a little bit behind my motions and it's not following them all the way, but it's okay. It's not an issue. So before I get too much more detailed at the edges here, should clean this up. It's weird to see a Kerbal with genuine hair, right? It really just feels like it needs to be so much flatter. So maybe I can flatten it by grabbing, shoving it down. It's also like deflate tool, maybe. I'm gonna try grab to start. See where we go with that. The hair is like what I'd expect in KSP2 if that were a real game. If it were to ever come into existence. Back to the strips. Back to very small strips. Alright, maybe a little bit bigger. I need some definition here. Maybe I control put in some strips that way so it doesn't get bigger. Maybe just increase the strength so they come through cleaner. KSP2 would be such a good idea. Someone should make that. Yeah. I mean, if they can get somebody to buy the license and start work on it, and maybe even like ship a version to Steam to get some extra money, well before it's even really viable. Something like that. If they could, seems like there's a lot of potential. Yeah. As long as nobody comes along and like drives the intellectual property into the ground, they don't just spike the ball and then close the studio. Yeah, just if they don't do that, they don't just like turn it into a investor class nightmare. Where the whole thing was really just because, hey, it's a name that people will, and then you get the investors on board, and they invest a bunch, and you get a bunch of sales, and then, oh god, the reviews are bad. Oh, that's not really a problem for the game releasing as much as it's a problem for our investors are pulling out. Oh no, well I guess we gotta shut down everything now. Show Q2 profit. World is such a shit. This world is such a shit. So this is gonna be like Jeb's nephew or something, because he's got way too much hair, man. He's got... Ugh. Just trying to put some strips of varying size in here so it doesn't get too uniform. I don't hate the way that there's like this overlapping strip here. I don't dislike it necessarily. It just looks like kind of a bad haircut, which is what these guys are supposed to have. They should have a bad haircut. I feel like the only way I'm going to make this work is if I turn the mirror thing off for a second. Try and fix this. And then we can probably go back to mirror mode now. And then we can, rough it up and give it things that aren't mirrored later, too. I suppose it could also be like a toupee, Some of this is real, some of it isn't. Clay strip hair. Interesting thing that you can do with the smooth brush, if you hold control, then it actually does the opposite and sharpens. Which I don't think we'll actually want to keep, but I'm just kind of doing it to see what we get. And I've got enough undo points. I set Blender to store like 60 some instead of 30 some. Some of that ain't bad. Especially from a distance. You do seem to have developed a hole in your head, so there is that. So here's the thing, I've done that, right? But what if I hit Control R? This is a problem. Before I hit Control R, let's do something here. Let me just turn this off. Back down to a small thing. Just smooth you out. Then draw you back in. I'm now using enough undo points that we won't be able to go back. Just trying to make this look slightly like the other stuff before I hit it with the sharpen again. Okay, so over to you. Wait, yes? Okay. I'm going to try leaving some of these weird anomalies in there because the remesh is going to do something. As long as it doesn't F everything up. Remesh. Still a little bit funky at some of them points there. And then this is also a issue, huh? Let's go back to the clay strips. Make it nice and small. And then kind of chew away at that section a little bit. It's not raised so much. Maybe reduce the power so that we keep some of the detail that we already had there. In fact, that's a good idea from before I start here. We do this. Still got the reduced power. So mainly I'm just lowering the ridge. And I can raise this ridge. Smaller. Like that. Knock you down. So it doesn't jump out as much as it is right now. It's interesting. Interesting effect you end up getting after you, like, push it, pull it, and remesh it, and then push it up, push it down. This is still not great. Don't love it. Oh, hey. That's working okay. Oh, hey, oh, hey. It's working okay. Get in here with a little bit of controlled smoothing. Take out some of these weird anomalies. Interesting, you know? Never tried to sculpt any kind of hair in before. And this certainly creates a curious effect. If not the effect that you want, it's a curious effect anyway. I could also see doing a mesh filter smooth. Yeah, that looks like a special little mess right there I had to clean up. Interesting. Interesting. I hate the front of your hair. I hate this. Like, why does this have to happen right there? And it's because of the mirror. Mirror, like, gets in the way. It makes it difficult to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish in this area. Increase the power. Okay, that works better. And then when we get to a point, or if we were to get to a point where we break the mirror sculpt, we're ready. But that's more of a viable starting point for that, I say. That's what I say. Some of this hair kind of sucks. But yeah, so we've got some hair. We've got some teeth. There's a tongue in there. There's a mouth cavity. There's some eyes. So now we get crazy with it. Now we mess it up. We've been here another 2 hours since our last live stream break. So actually it would be about time to have another one. It's definitely like this design of alien, you know, really seems like it wants to have like nostrils, right? Right in there. Just a couple of but they didn't give it that. Instead, they stayed cute with it. if I make you big and I get in here, zoom out a little bit more, pull this up, you get sort of a nose lift, right? We're not going to have an actual nose, but a nose lift. Smooth that out. All right, let me try cleaning up the mouth a little bit. Don't want to move the teeth that much. Down here, though. Yeah, that's pulling things down significantly. So if I hold Control, and that will crease by pulling up. Okay. Go around and try and smooth this out. I might even just grab the actual smooth brush. And just round it out a bit. And then we do have, what's the strength here? Okay. We have all of this little, skin level striations. I shouldn't really mess with this until we're at a place where I should mess with this, because that little dappling effect that you get is from retopology. Every time I hit Control R, we're gonna get more dappling like that. So it's a fair waste of time to touch that up until you're done with retopology. I'm sorry, with remeshing is what I need to be saying. Retopology and remeshing are two different things. A little bit higher now. Just trying to round this out. I want it there. I want it somewhere at that magic space where it's like you can see it, but you can't see it. You know? So now we should start thinking about like the bone and vascular structure. Like I do. I want to put in like the touches of realism. That imply like a shape that could occur in biology somehow. Just making those little adjustments that change the overall shape. Kerbals are smart, right? So they should have a bit of a 5 head, yeah? See, I hit G, and what did I mean to hit? I meant to hit F. Ooh. Ooh, I like. Daddy likes. I'm sorry, Daddy? Yeah. I'm your father. Daddy doesn't hate. I don't know if Daddy likes. Now that Daddy sees from this other Daddy perspective. Smooth it out, make it a little bit subtler is all. Give you the other bone. I think I'm making the Franken kerbal that I made for that one thumbnail in 2D. is what it seems like we might be heading toward. I just need a couple of orbital and occipital bones in here. And then cheekbone. We have a nice lift here. That's a bit too much, but that's what the smooth tool is for. Push you back in a little bit. Don't overdo it. You're starting to get a structure that could actually exist. I feel like the jawbone needs to, come up this way. That. They're also heroes, the KERBALs, so having a hero's chin. Again, just subtle at this point anyway. Maybe we want to commit to some of these ideas, but in the old Superman chin. The old dimple. Needs to smooth out, that needs to follow along the rest of the jaw. Did any of it get saved? Yeah, just that tiny little subtle bit of it got saved. That's kind of what I'm going for at this point. I feel like... And then I wonder if we can, adjust this in such a way as the head isn't just a goddamn cylinder, but actually has some kind of believable structure. Not too believable. Yeah, that's turning into something already. I like it. We're getting somewhere. I said we need a live stream break. That's the thing with art. You get on a roll and then you just don't want to stop. And you don't eat for a couple of days and you get hospitalized and you come out and you've made the best art you've ever made. So I'm giving his head a butt. What I've decided to give, everything needs a little bit of a subtle structure here, and the best idea I can come up with is to have his head have a butt. Can you see the butt? It's it's a butt head. You don't need an anus or anything. I'm just trying to give him a little neck dimple, a little butt head dimple. Just trying to smooth this out. Just trying to not make anything too wacky or wild or crazy. Okay. Okay. Next step is going to be giving this Kerbal lips. And we're going to do that after the live stream. So you stick with me across this break. And we're going toward a photorealistic Kerbal at some point here, I guess. I don't know what we're doing exactly. But we will find out what it is we're doing. Son of a bitch. Oh, you know what I really need to do, actually? You might want to join me back over here. 3D work. What I really need to do is save before we, like, lose everything. Blender is not responding. That's what made me think of that I should probably save, is that I saw my cursor turn to an hourglass for some reason. We're waiting for the program to respond now. We wouldn't lose everything because there's autosaving, but we would lose a lot because I had to turn the autosaving down to like once every 15 minutes because of an issue in Blender with the multi-resolution modifier, and Blender has crashed. So let's go ahead and Blender 4.3, pull this thing back open, see where we are. I imagine it crashed because of like resource sharing with OBS and stuff like that, because their performance kind of sucks right now. So file, recover, open the last closed file. Let's see what last session is. No, that ain't it. Cover, autosave. See, so 3:06 a.m. today at 2:29 a.m. That's awful. That's years ago. That's before the hair. That's before we put hair in. Well, that's okay. It's like the kind of cool thing about doing art like this is when you lose progress like that, it's like you come back with like a better idea of what you want to do and how you want to do it. So it's not too horrible. I will probably go to preferences here and save and load. Turn that timer down to once every 5 minutes. I mean, the multi-resolution modifier thing was a temporary issue. I'm going to say 7 minutes for some reason. I like 7. The hair was Richard Simmons-esque. Yeah. We get another chance to do the hair. The tongue's there, though. The tongue is there. So this was like right before I merged the teeth with the head, I guess. And then I went back into sculpt to carry on. All right. Now we've got a better idea. Well, you know what? I said save as Kerbal.blend. I held shift when I pressed K. There you go. Call it Kerbal. We've got a save now for when we return from this live stream break. I'll play some music. I'm going to go grab something to eat and drink, and I advise you do the same and meet me back here in 7 minutes if you're up for an overnight 3D Kerbal modeling live stream. That sentence was technically correct. Pawn not out. I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're modeling a KERBAL today in Blender. Here it is. See? You can see. You can't see. You can see. Can you see? Can you? Shut up. I could have left that on in the background for something like this where we're just modeling. There's no other audio but me breathing into the microphone. It's not just that we're 3D modeling a KERBAL. That would be way easy because the the design of KERBALs is it's a cylinder with eyes on it. But we're sculpting a KERBAL is the idea that we're heading somewhere with it that's more detailed than anyone ever intended is the idea anyway. We just lost a lot of work that we had done previously because I haven't been saving, which is it's, you know, you get on a live stream, you just going. But now that we've lost that work, it's actually going to make it, now we've got a better idea of what we want to do. And so knowing what I want to do, I'm not going to go to the hair first like we did before. Instead, I'm going to work on this cranial structure that I was playing with just before we crashed and lost everything. Because I like the idea of figuring out like what a KERBAL's bone structure would be without significantly deviating from without significantly deviating from the cylindrical head thing that we've got going on here. I just want to put in some plates, some bone plates in the KERBAL structure, so that it's a thing that makes some small damned bit of sense. I don't know, just because it's a thing that we're doing. Because if I'm going to model a KERBAL, then we're going to do something fun with it. Including, should probably have eyelids and stuff. With bone structure first. All right, so we had decided, and this is before we did, a remesh that gave us a lot more material to work with. So this is actually, a better time to be doing this as well. Which is why you don't necessarily need to get upset whenever you lose a little bit of something in Blender, because, every time that you remake something that you've made before, you make it better. And if you lose 20 minutes worth of work or something like that, it's only going to take you 5 to 10 minutes to redo it, and it's going to be probably better than it was how you had it a minute ago before. So it's a little bit easier than usual to not get tilted if you just recognize that. You have compensation, as we say in chess. I haven't talked about chess in a while. I'm still, watching content, fan of the game, not necessarily playing the game, but enjoy seeing others play the game. I have thought about making a alt account for chess.com that I would feel more comfortable ruining by playing poorly, right? And I've gone so far as to actually create a is it stylus CSS guide or CSS modification for chess.com that will hide the player that hides not just the other player's elo but your elo, and it's better than just the whatever they call it, focus mode that chess.com has, because it's not just for the game, it's all over the site. You will never accidentally see your own elo, and so I just like the idea of having the option to to play against people online without having a score, without caring about score. And then someday when you're feeling like, you know, probably doing good, you can have a poke at your score, you know, have a peek in on it and be like, oh, okay, that's where I am right now. Neat. And then you can go back to just playing the game without worrying about, you know, having the stress of ELO over your head and stuff like that. And yeah, I think chess.com's version of it is not, it doesn't quite get the job done, which is kind of a lot of chess.com's. A lot of chess.com. It's, Lichess does things a lot better in the realm of puzzles and stuff like that. And I've never played a game against a human being on Lichess, so maybe I should look into that. Because chess.com has a very, like, inviting user interface. But then once you actually try to start using the site, it's like, oh my god, where is everything? And why do I have to click this many times to get to that? And holy crap. Just sending a message back and forth from, like, you know, someone who you know on the site, like finding the conversation that you had is like, you have to just learn that that's where they keep it. On this site. There's no intuitiveness to it, and it's just click after click after click after click deep in order to get to basic functions of, like, social interaction on a website in 2000. What year is it? The fact that there's 2000 in front of it is already, like, disappointing. You know, if I don't get to say 19, then I have to lament the fact, yeah, we are in the 2000s, aren't we? Son of a bitch. It's all downhill from here, and then ends. See how this facial structure is coming together? I like this better than what we had before. I still have to give him the butt head back, is the thing. And I believe I need to pull a little bit out here. You know, a lot of this is going to get, like, covered up by hair. But now we can, like, get the structure that we want before the hair goes in. Yeah. Giving this guy his, like, hero jaw. Sculpt the statue of David, but as a KERBAL. Yeah, it's weird because it's like, hey, that looks good and creepy. It's, you know what this is supposed to look like, and the more realistic you make it look, it starts to bother the eye a little bit in certain ways. But that's perfect. That's my artistic style, you know. For a while there, I was focused on particularly, like, I was making what I was calling uncanny art. It was aiming to have the feeling of the uncanny valley, of just, like, I don't know why, but this bothers my eye. I want it to be right on that line where it's like, you look at it once and you're like, oh, that's nice. And then you look away and then you go, wait a second. And you have to look again because something isn't right. I can't tell, but I have to figure it out. And it's a very easy style to produce too, and like 2D art is where I was working there, and it's just making the shadows not quite right. That's all I got to do, really. It's just is the light. You make the light a little bit in no, like, specifically discernible way where it's like, that shadow shouldn't be there. It's not like that. You don't want to, like, actually give away the game. You do the shadows by hand, in a way that isn't trying, really, is not trying too hard to make sure that it's realistic. You just let a couple of things be not quite right, while making the rest of it perfect. And the viewer's like, oh yeah, that's... what? What am I looking at? Hang on. Why do I not like this? Yeah, that just seeing the hard edges of the face, though, is, it's a little bit like, I don't know, something. You love and you hate it. You might have to smooth that profile out a touch is the thing, but I'm gonna leave it as it is right now. I don't want to undo my good work, because I do like what I've done here. I just feel like there's got to be more variation in this section. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe I'm just pushing this jaw in a little bit more along that line, bringing it back, yeah. So I guess what I should be thinking about is this is where an ear would be. So let's presume that they evolved in such a way as to get rid of the vestigial ear. At some point, evolution was like, I don't need this thing anymore. But there's still, some indication. So at some point there was an ear. Because there was an ear, underlying bone structure supports the existence of an ear, right? So this is sort of that back ear line. It carries down to the sort of occipital bone area, is what I'm thinking anyway. And now, most of everything that's above this area would end up being hair. So, I'm going to save incremental here, and then I'm going to save incremental again, because that's how I like to do it. I like to be working on my incremental save, and then I make the incremental, I make the save, and then I make the incremental, and new work goes into the incremental. That's the premise there. But this is a Kerbal who's got a bone structure, musculature, and stuff like that. Subtle, but there. Kind of lost the butt in the back, and I liked the butt in the back. So let me try and pull out some ass cheeks. Push in that crack. Just a bit of a butt head. It's a little bit better. Widen it out though, soften that line. Some more cakes. Yeah, and then everything above here would be hair. I still feel the need to, like... I don't know, to just make sure that he's, like, his skull needs to be finished even under where the hair is gonna go. And this is kind of all that I think I want. A bit of a raise there, and then in the middle, push back in. That's a lot of a push there. It's more push than I think I wanted. Yeah, that works. Just one little more bulge area around here. And then maybe just... push in a little bit more along this line. Just trying to get a little bit of an insinuation. Indent in the middle here. Runs all the way down. Ooh, yes, that's the kind of little bump that you want. Ah! That's the back of a Kerbal's head. Right there. And then this is almost the side, except for there's not enough going on in the jaw. It's just a little bit more fine definition. It's just too perfect and round. I think I want it here. There you go. Except for it's getting almost tumorous. It's too much, but I've pushed it back. And now that's okay. So remember that thing I said about, you'll do it faster the second time because you've already done it once before. No, you'll take a while, but you'll get a better result. Okay. Save that. And now it would be hair or working on the mouth again like we had started before. I think I'm going to stay away from the hair this time. Just smooth that out a touch. Okay. I want to, let's try the inflate. I want him to have kind of lips. Can't go too much into lips. Okay, pause. Don't want to go too far away from what we all know KERBAL is. Holy. Why is smooth that powerful? Ah, it reset. I guess when we crashed. Okay. Smooth. And then smooth. Might be a bit much. See what all this gets us. Back to the crease polish. A KERBAL with like worry lines and stuff. Bit of an indent. The mouth is certainly cleaner now. There's not much going on there that's, of any particular interest. I'll go ahead and save. Okay. Yeah, I been binging Dark Matter, and I'm almost into season 3. I'm almost through it basically at this point. Rewatching, it's seen before. Very good sci-fi show. Although on this watching, I can certainly appreciate that like the first season is kind of just one issue over and over and over again. Like oh Jesus, I can appreciate that as a perspective on the show, if that's how you feel about it. But it was good enough to get us the second season, and then the second season, branches out and does more. And the second episode of the second season, I think, is the one entitled Kill Them All. And oh my god, the series justifies itself just by having that episode, just by having that moment in that episode, if the rest of it weren't as good as it is, which it is. What if I were to come in here and sort of give us a lip line? I'm not hating it. I'm going to give us a second line. And just start building up like fine facial features. Just a little bit more pressure on this. I think, actually, I can't do this yet. Because I'm forgetting that we don't have the fine topology. Yet. I haven't remeshed to fine topology yet on this guy, right? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. So you can do this stuff. Although, before you do the hair, is a bad idea. That's too fine of a detail. I like all of that. Now it's time to get back to the hair, and are we gonna use the clay strips again? Clay thumb. What the hell does clay thumb do? Okay. Wow. That would have been a useful tool for opening up that mouth cavity. Let me tell you what. We haven't joined the teeth to the head here either. I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna go incremental on this one. And then, yeah, we're gonna go back to the this. I need to get my pure ref back up. And this time I wouldn't hate it if I could keep the hair closer to the skin. So, if I significantly reduce the power of the clay strips. That's so much so that I can't see them. Okay. I can kind of see them. I mean, actually, that could be the way to go. And remember to take the hairline very, very high this time. Because, of course, we can come back with the sharpen tool. And make this work. Keep it high. These boys have been, they got the shaved ears kind of thing, that military deal. And so you get into the back, and let's get the pure back for a second so I can figure out where this should go. It's very sort of old man wispy at this point. Which I am okay with. Now let's get fine. Add some smaller lines in here. It's a little bit too Frankenstein's monster. It needs to curl down some more. I don't understand why it's so hard to get something visible up front. Okay. We've kept the hair right against the head this time. And then up top. to come out of a bald spot. Yeah, this is way more, controlled than our first attempt. That Widow's Peak dough. Just have to decide when it is I think we've hit the that's enough point. That's enough for now. Hopefully I haven't done this at a bad, time and we lose it all to the retop, because I'm just realizing that I'm supposed to connect the teeth. But let's get ourselves a save and start on a new incremental. Head over to layout, grab the teeth, grab the head. Wait a second. Grab both these teeth, duplicate, shift them over somewhere, send them to the unapplied category. Teeth, teeth, teeth. Oh no, teeth. Give me both teeth, teeth. And then we're going to convert them to a mesh. And then we're going to join them to the original mesh. And then into sculpting. And what do you do with the drunken sailor? It doesn't seem like they're actually... Oh, they're not connected yet. That's right. I need to remesh it. So, we're already at 80,000. Remesh. Up to 90. Hair's still good. I bumped it up so that we would, maintain the detail in the places we've already, done here, at least to some extent. And now the teeth are, beautiful. The heartache of gingivitis. I just don't know how to approach the teeth, really. It's like what I'm doing right here is just getting us further from something, But it does need to be smoothed. They do need to be smoothed, so back over to the smooth brush. We focus on the surface of the teeth, or My plan before was just to rely on my ability to sort of sharpen them back into place, edge crease them back into place. My stream preview is just cut out, but that happens frequently for me. If you're in chat and you can let me know, you know, if we're still live, then let me know that you're still with me. What is going on, actually? Black screen. How do we manage to do that? That was an OBS thing. Overlapping controls? Are we back? I can see it on mine now. I think the stream is just lagging well behind. Yeah, it's Alt 2 is Alt and then these num keys are what would change my scenes the way that I've set it up. I don't know. Make sure you get all those teeth polygons in there. Put City Skylines 2 teeth to shame. Is that a thing? See, smoothing the teeth out is an issue. It's a problem. It's so bad. Now, I feel like the best bet here is if I revert where we saved, which was right before we, like, added the teeth. Go back to the layout. These are still separate objects. I think I should keep them as separate objects. Until, like, a final something or something. I don't know. We'll eventually join them and we'll remesh. We'll have to smooth something out or something like that. But yeah, I don't think I want to join those up yet. Shade Smooth is working, surprisingly. I would expect it to need like this and Mark Sharp. And then you get, you know, perfect lines there. But I think it looks better with that, at least for now. And we can, you know, we'll adjust them and something, etc. and so forth. You get me. I think I'm gonna grab you. Make sure we've got that active. No Z. And just try and pull these teeth in such a way as to round them a little bit, get them to follow the line of the mouth. Come in from underneath, see how we look here. This is okay. I think I want this. Pull in a touch. How many teeth does a Kerbal have? Let's count. 1, 2, 3. Pretty sure Kerbal has 1, 2 teeth. That's how many teeth Kerbal has. 2. So very interesting, like, skeletal sculpt here. The hairline feels a little high. I said I wanted to keep it high. When I look at my pure ref, it is very high. And this actually, like, that follows. I think the problem is that it's not coming down enough here. Kerbal teeth grow in rows like sharks, yeah. Yeah, there's the problem is, like, right here. And so if we're still on the clay strips, let me get a little bit bigger and reduce the strength. Pull you down a little bit more. You need a little bit more strength than that. Those last couple of strokes I don't like at all. Loving that either. A little smaller. This is interesting. I'm doing like that kind of design work that you know, you have to do. Somebody has to do when they come up with like a new version of that game from all those years ago. Like create a version that is new but invokes the same aesthetic. That's too small. That feels better. And importantly, from the front profile, I think we have like enough of the hair. You have enough that we actually end up like, we'll see some of it from the front. And that's like important here. Can reduce the power on that. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to save here. And I'm going to get out the smooth brush so that I can actually sharpen and see what that does for us. So I'm first sharpening the hair line. And then I'll kind of in strips move in here and do some sharpening at random. Throughout. It's a little bit too much. Yeah, that's smooth some of that out, huh? Yeah, wow, it just has such a instant and weird effect that, yeah, just not gonna push that. Smooth out some of the rougher spots that I created, but I do like the additional sharpness of the hairline. I like that it's added a little bit more texture in there, certain places, like here. That's really nice. Let's get rid of it. Okay. That's another save. And a incremental. Oh, hi. Forgot about you. I like what we've got for the head. Are we like done with the head here? I think maybe the butt jaw is a little over exemplified. What do I want? Like at this point, I want that to be, I want the silhouette to move in. And then, yeah, this point as well needs to pull in. But the actual silhouette is the thing. It's not just the shaded part, it's the whole deal. Yeah, that's better. Starting to look like a young, hip 2025 Kerbal. Eh. This is still like too much protruding jaw in the back. Pull you in, come around, pull you in. We are definitely losing the cylindrical thing in the back here. That's why I saved before I went for this. This is actually turning a Kerbal into something. Yeah, no, that won't do it. I had some good ideas there, so let's revert. And just make our adjustments much more subtle, because I wasn't wrong. I just overcorrected. It's that, like, heaviness of the jaw. Like, from the front, he's looking very spry and young and hip, and then we turn to the side, and oh my god, I'm getting older. The more that you turn around his head, the older that he gets. And, I need, like, I need one unified concept here in the age of this Kerbal. Very touchy, though. It's very touchy. We're just really close to losing the whole "it's a Kerbal, the head's a cylinder" thing. That's better. He still gets older as we go around the head, but I feel like that has to do with the hair. And it'll probably help once the hair is, like, black instead of, you know, literally gray. That helped a touch. I think that's an improvement. So that's a save. And maybe incremental. And so at this point, it's like, we've got a Kerbal head. We go on to the body. Because Kerbal bodies are in spacesuits, mainly. Let me see. Okay, I do have some photos of them without the big collar spacesuit thing going on. So, okay. Interesting. So we're going to leave the head as not part of the body yet, I think. Good, yeah. And just make sure this is all attached. Okay, the teeth need to join us in Kerbal land. And then Kerbal teeth upper. Kerbal teeth lower. And how long have we been here? Alright, we got at least another hour of this live stream I could reasonably put in here, I should think. So then, if I were to, just select that, and then cursor to selected. It should be in the center of the neck. And then, what am I going to use for the shape that's going to make this happen? Well, let's start from something simple, and then we'll sculpt to the place that we want to be. Really? Yeah? Yeah, alright. So, we'll start with a cube. There's specifically going to be, so we got to do like a naked Kerbal body. Ooh. Yeah. First. So I feel like they are skinnier than their heads. Till we get to their pudgy little bellies. Let's grab this and just bring you down. And let's apply the scale. And so I feel like we're gonna have something like this for the tum-tums. It's gonna kind of round out. We could probably do this. And then this. And then there's your tum. And if I'm thinking about your body, I need to ignore like the spacesuit that I'm looking at here and think about their actual physical bodies. And I'm feeling like this whole thing can probably come down a bit. And then split it in the middle. Get rid of all this. You two as well. And then add that mirror. And now that we've got a middle, I can create some curve to the body. They're tubby little pudgy little bundles of joy. They're Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Tubby little funny sonny sons of shit fucking dad. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Just trying to like get an idea of what I think the torso of this thing is, and that's the whole torso. That's all the way to the junk, you know, all the way to the nuts. Is what I think anyway. So butt'll be back here, and then you get a couple of little, you get your legs coming out and stuff. So if I just throw that there. And for the leg, we could do a very... We could do a cylinder. Low poly cylinder. Maybe just 6 even. And then... I don't know. Looks like I got close. 2.5 depth of... How the fuck am I supposed to know? Why are you asking me? Alright, their legs are skinnier than that. Looking at the reference here. We can throw a mirror on it. We can mirror it to the object. It'll be on the Y. Yeah, their bodies are interesting. I'm gonna do this my way, you know. So, actually then, first thing that you should do is fix these. Out. Those faces in. Now that you got those faces in, you can actually do stuff like that. Again, trying to keep that cuteness, but mess it up. Gotta mess it up. Actually gonna take you guys out. You pull back and it's like, really? This would be where there'd be like a knee or something like that. We'll think about it a little bit more, but I just got to get some like basic shapes in place here. I'm gonna duplicate you, do like that. I'm gonna selection to cursor. You turn you down. Wouldn't be a horrible idea, actually. Something like this. And so it looks like they've got their hands and arms get bigger nearer to the end. So their hands and arms sort of start out quite small. I'm going to bring you in a little bit closer, and I'm going to shrink you down. And then let's give him a little bit of that. And I did a bad. You had already given me the local thing there. Extend some more. And they just pretty immediately go into the hand. It's kind of wild there. What the hell was that? Look at some more reference here. They got like a teardrop thing going on in the tricep. I mean, that's just a tricep is what you're describing there. Yeah, but it's a thing. Don't you worry about it. I know what I'm talking about. Make them ripped, fully shredded. Thankfully, Kerbals do not have fingers, so that's helpful. They are always wearing gloves. So they just have mittens. That being the case, here's this. Huh. And probably like another. And then you like that. That, and then we just need like a little thumb bump over here. I feel like making love. Feel like making. I feel like making love to you. It looks like actually all of this needs that effect though. So, whoa, what's going on? Give me you. Here. Give me all that around there. Now if I do that, and then let's say I grabbed the rest of this, and I brought you down. Okay. It's curious. I feel like making. I feel like it should be more like that. Like you as well should do that. And this is just like giving us enough to sculpt on. You know, that's the whole thing here. We're not trying to make a kerbal. Although, okay, I said I need a thumb here. Your hands are very thin, actually. Yeah, the hand part is thin. It's very odd. I feel like if that's flat in the back, and then this has all the stuff up front. You got the space for a thumb to come out. Oh, the other way, please. Something like that, you know. You know, topology doesn't really matter here, does it? So we're going to sculpt on it. So if I do that, it's kind of okay. And then if I want to, I can merge by distance and get rid of those two vertices. It's not really a problem. Whoa. You don't need to focus on this damn much. Just get like general shapes. Not bad. It's not bad. Feet. Kerbal feet. Again, they go into like these massive boots. So just like their hands are bigger than their biceps, their feet are bigger than their torsos, honestly. The feet are almost the same size as the torso. I think mine is more reasonably proportioned than is true to the models. It's more like this. It's more like you're up there. Yeah. I ain't even. The legs are even shorter than that. At least the thighs. Yeah, it's basically... I actually think these have to... If I just... like that a little bit. And then the boots are, they're actually a thing that should probably be modeled separately. Because they're physical deals. So maybe... what's the button to take this off again? Exercise to with the double chap, motherfucker. Oh, it's because I didn't have edges, that's why. So yeah, give me this. Give me, no. All of these edges. I do like that. And then... Shoot, I've forgotten what it is to be able to, like, extend when sliding like this. It's the clamp, it's Alt-C, but it's just not working because I've got too much stuff selected that isn't edges, I guess, because it turns all into faces. I do like this, and then it's, hit C, and then the clamp comes off, and that allows me to extend past the dimensions of those, and we'll do that just that we have extra leg to go into the boots, and now we make a naked Kerbal body, baby. Hang on. Do we need naked Kerbal butt? I mean, I think as little as is going on here. In these designs that you can probably just sculpt on this. Yeah. A little bit more of the body shape in there. It's fine. Let's give it a try. So I'm going to save this incrementally. And go see what we're gonna do. We're on the body here. And we're going to remesh. We'll start without too much stuff going on here. That's right, I need to take to apply the mirror, put us on X mirror there, and then remesh. And then for this one, it does make sense to just go ahead and mesh filter. Oh, Jesus. Mesh filter smooth. I just don't know if I should, like, join everything up first, or it's weird. Weird to even consider what I'm trying to do here. So let's get ourselves a general Kerbal body shape and decide what it is that we actually think the body shape of a Kerbal should be. Smooth this stuff out. Round them off. Make them a plushie. Oh, that's draw. I got the draw tool now. I was expecting to be grabbing. Apply that a little bit more from a distance. And then grab and pull that tummy. Let's plump him out a little bit here too. I guess that he's kind of, tear dropping into place. I want him to look bloated. I want him to look cutely plump. Okay. But this is a new generation of Kerbal. This ain't your daddy's Kerbal. Just round all this stuff out. What's going on back here? Generalized body shape is kind of coming together. I would like a bit more rumbly tumbly. There's lots of Winnie the Pooh references going on here somehow. Rumbly tumbly of a belly. Funny little funny old with he's Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. I don't hate the idea of making him shredded. We can do versions. This will be Bob. This will be Bob Kerman. Use the smooth tool to round that back out. It's not a bad place to start with this. And then give him some cakes. And raise that grundle. Everybody needs a little bit of a butt. And then, naked Kerbal, right? That's what we said. Not really what we're doing, but I feel like we do need some indication of basic reproduction-capable physiology. Although my series were always pretty big on the idea that Kerbals were clone. They were all clones. feel like that's a lot of grundle for this little guy. Yeah. You should degrundleify pretty quick. Make it either huge or a curly straw. just it's got to be dead in the middle though, Pod. Back of a Kerbal. I guess you guys can look at that body while I'm looking at the others. Yeah, I mean, the idea would be that it kind of puffs out a little bit here and tapers in a little bit there. He's so tiny, and yet I just feel like he's got so much, like, mass. It's not right. I keep taking away because I'm like, it's too much. Okay, yeah, this is getting there. This is finally getting there. I feel like you gotta come in a bit. What if Kerbals had a spine? Pretty sure they don't. Never such a thing as too much ass. Yeah. Speaking of, it just doesn't seem to have, like, it doesn't have the shape yet. It's got some of the shape, but it's very sort of hinting at it. I need more crease. We need more topology, really, to get to the point where we get more crease, but... It's okay, except for the man boobs. I don't know, like, they have man boobs, though. You know, a little bit. I guess the thing is that their arms kind of envelop the man boob. Yeah. Yeah, there's no moob. There's no moob. It's all arm. And it's just confusing to look at. Because the arms are weird. Yo. Mr. White. We have to get back to watching Breaking Bad. We stopped entirely because of the COVID issue. I was worried anyway that we might have been exposed to COVID, so we had to separate and stuff and distance ourselves. Spine? Yeah, they don't have spines. They really don't, too, but I like this, you know, he's pudgy little something right now. I would like to accentuate this more, though. Please. I keep coming back to it. I'm like, it's still not there, it's still not there, it's still not there. This is my problem with, like, cartoony shit. Cartoony characters and whatnot. I refuse to go there. Like, it's just my eye won't do it. My eye's like, it shouldn't look that way, and so it takes me forever to get there because I have to go in such small increments. Well, my eyes argue and refuse. Let's go ahead and reach in here and create, like, an area for the leg socket. of the KERBAL. Fucking weird. Engineer and create a leg socket for the KERBAL. So we're starting to understand the KERBAL physiology now. This is starting to look good. Trying to get a little bit of a crease here, you know? But it's just not enough topology at this point. I mean, we don't really need to do an arm socket because of how the arm is going to join up with this. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to stop on the on that section of things. I'm just going to try and bring these together. And just check on that. I think his arms might be a little too long. They go to the floor. A KERBAL's arms go to the goddamn floor. I'm not kidding you. They're dragging the floor. This is still a little bit too long though, and I think still a little bit too thick at the base, which is just crazy because they're already so skinny. Okay. You come on down here. We did say naked, but we're not necessarily naked. We're just need a place to start. That feels pretty okay, honestly. And then so the elbow would probably be there if I were to take that out. Okay, I think we're gonna save here. We're gonna save incremental, start on a new save. And then I'm going to apply the mirror. And I'm gonna join you up. That's what? Oh, right, because then that would change that. And change where the center of this is. Right. There's a problem with that. It shouldn't. I join you up. Yeah, that shouldn't. That's... what? Think about that again. Back over to sculpting. And let's retopo this. And honestly, I'm thinking we gotta go a little higher now that the arms are coming in. Could have kept the arms separate. Yeah, should have kept the arms separate. We're going back over to layout. We're going to detach the arms. We're going to keep them separate for now. We're going to sculpt on them alone. Make sure that I've got the arm. And then go down to here. Retopo. And then smooth. Alright. And now we're doing something. What are we doing? I'm not Don't ask me. Definitely don't ask me. I could use a Kerbal in a T-pose is what I could use. But I've got an image of one of them sort of high-fiving another one, so that'll work. I'm going to start by just using the smooth tool to yet further skinny out this arm. They have no bicep, basically, is what I'm saying. They do have a bicep, but barely. And so from here, then we're going to bulk out a little. Ooh. I've been getting away without having to wear my glasses a lot lately. And I just realized that I've had them stuck in underneath the headphones in a really weird, uncomfortable position all this time, even though they've been up. I haven't had them in place. Okay, you know what? This is so weird. These mitten hand things. I don't know if they should be one with everything else. Go ahead and bring that thumb out a little bit more before I start smoothing. And go ahead and retopo for the thumb here. Give me a little bit more to work with since I pulled it out. Just pull it out some more. Some more. That is actually more thumb than they have. It's very mitten. It's ridiculous mitten. Look at this guy. But the thumb is further back. Hold it out a little too far. And again, this is just getting general shape. So I need to know when to call it. And just say, okay, good enough. Hand should be flatter. Yeah, it surely wouldn't hurt if it were a little bit more concave under here. I keep like moving it more and more towards something that makes sense, and then it doesn't make sense, friend. It's very odd. It's hard for you to make sense of it. because their outfits are so much just part of their, you know, physique. I'm looking at reference and trying to find more references that I can go off now. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. Like, I get that, but that's like the glove. I wish I could share pure ref with on screen with you guys, but it don't do. It don't do. Okay, so I feel like they've got a nice little bumpy shoulder. In fact, this is probably easier done with the inflate tool because it's nice. It's a nice little bump. Yeah, that's helping a lot. Oh shoot, I haven't been doing this. It's okay though. There is an option here where we can symmetrize from the negative x to the positive x. I think it's actually positive x to negative x here because we're on this side. We want to symmetrize to that side, and so we'll symmetrize. That didn't do it. Merge distance is very, very low, so that's not an issue. I mean, I understand they're like disconnected objects at this point. It doesn't really matter because we can make this one into that one later. Okay. So the way that this works on a KERBAL, and I'm using the inflate tool, is the muscle kind of comes down here. And it twists into this larger muscle. What happens in the back is anybody's guess. But I'm going to push this in a bit. And we're going to have like kind of a Popeye thing going on, I guess. He's got that significantly larger forearm. But so that's basically the KERBAL bicep that kind of emerges swiftly out of its shoulder. And then twists into this. And so I think what we want to do, the grab tool, we want to thin this out a bit. Following the general idea of muscles anyway, but I don't know. Because it's a goddamn curve. It's a goddamn curve. What? Oh, this is the problem. Now that we're doing the symmetry, wow, that's okay. So it's not on the x-axis. It's got a weird rotation, this thing. Aha. What's the problem when things aren't working right? Rotation and scale. Back over to sculpting. Put us back on X symmetry. But you're not going all the way across. Why do you think you're an individual when you're not? Where is your center of mass? Let's do set origin to surface center of mass. So it should be there. And then when I go across to sculpting, there we go. Now we've got it, which means now I could symmetrize. There we go. Now it's working. Good thing I noticed that the little yellow dot was in the wrong place. The longer I sculpted, the more we would have gotten into a weird, bad place. So what was I doing? I think we were creating some kind of a wrist. It's some kind of subtle indication of a wrist that a KERBAL may not indeed have. Center of mass of a KERBAL is absolutely dangerously high up in the head. He's no fun, he fell right over. I had also thinned this out, and that would make sense for, like, muscles, but it doesn't work for a KERBAL. This just needs to be ridiculous. It's just how it be, yo. It's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. I like the idea of creating that little nodule right there. A place where the bone kind of sticks out. We're reinventing the KERBAL. Making them stronger, better, faster. Okay, it's smaller then, so you're not pulling down the top with the bottom. It's a crazy thing. These KERBALs. KERBALs are the craziest. We're not even into the detailed sculpt, and I'm having so much trouble with, like, this feeling like it could possibly be okay. You know, if I don't like it, then the consumer isn't going to like it. So I'm just changing what a KERBAL is. It just has to. You know, I need you big. I need you pulling. Okay, maybe not that big. Pull down a little bit. Gives a bit of curve in the hand. And then, yeah, you'll be almost down to the floor with that. All right, I'm leaving the arms where they are. Moving on to the legs. There's nothing to the legs. So, is there something to the legs? Well, I've got a leg I zoomed in on. Yeah, there's kind of nothing to be done to the legs. Except for that we can apply the mirror and put on symmetrize. It's not correct. So I will go back over here. We'll set the origin to the surface, actually. And then back over to scale. Wait, let's apply rotation and scale, then back over to sculpting, and now that's right. Alright, let's go down to something. You know, what the others sort of look like. And then mesh filter. Yeah, it's fine. Back to this stuff, and start by grabbing and... Actually, it looks like we're going to start by drawing. Get you up into that, that section you ain't in, boy. like that. And go ahead and give us a remesh. Yeah, I gotta care about this organically and disregard some of the cartooniness of it. And if we end up with Midna from Twilight Princess, so be it. Go ahead and Control R again, just in case I'm losing some of this. Okay. So just make sure we've got enough leg for the boots to go on. That all seems plausible enough to me for like a decent starting point. So let's go to layout. Let's get a nice view. Our giant headed fellow here. Save. And then move on to a new incremental. And I'm going to join all this stuff together. And then we're going into sculpting. We're going to go to a much finer mesh level. Wow, only 27,000. I guess it's just a small little thing, isn't he? And do we feel like we should smooth out again this way? I don't want to lose all the detail. I want to see what the Kerbal looks like on fire. Alright, there's a little bit of it, then I'll finish up by hand. Let's make it smaller. Let's give it more power. The weed whacker tiller and the garden hoe. Do they do the trick? I tell you, no, no, no. I need the weasel. Garden weasel. Chicka chicka bow bow. Chicka bow bow. Chicka bow bow bow. Do 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 do. Garden weasel. Just a bit of a softer, larger joining kind of thing. Same down here. Okay. So we have a Kerbal-ish. And now we can do some more detailed kind of work here, if I can figure out what it is that I would even want from Kerbal, their detailed work. I think we're going to go ahead and eliminate most of the cock and balls. Smooth that out. Smooth you out a bit. Probably G, actually, here. And then rumbly tumbly. And then bring you in. Bring you out here. There's a way to make like a cute rumbly tumbly. There's a way to make one that's like, geez, go on a diet, guy, or something, I don't know. Keep the genitals, coward. They just don't. Where are they gonna go? Hey, I like this. I like what I'm seeing here. I want to accentuate this line more. I like it so much. Yeah. Yeah. I want to create this line. And that one. Okay, and then... Well, it will be under clothing at some point. I don't know, like I'm making... Definitely naked is the thing. We're the first ones to ever figure out what a Kerbal's physiology actually is. Those cartoony ass models, they don't have any idea. Okay. Then pull that up. A little back indent if we can. Just kind of putting it too far away from center is the thing. Maybe it's just too big too. Yeah, there you go. And then in human physiology. What? God damn it, I can't tell where this is actually happening. I'm looking at the dots. And I still can't tell where my grabs are taking place. Maybe Kerbals lay eggs for reproduction, Sister Macy. Y'all are still here. It's 5 in the morning. What, did you just wake up? You went to sleep and came back? How is this? I have no idea what time it is. Like, in my mind, there's no such thing. Look at this. So you don't know what I'm doing, and then I pull back, and you're like, oh, shit. I hope you're like, oh, shit, because I pull back, and I'm like, oh, shit. That came together. When did that happen? I would like there to be more, like, sinew in this area. Okay, that's a bit too much sinew. Let's see if we can't just smooth it out, though. I think we might have to undo that. Okay, no, that's fine. In fact, I undid so much of it that I need to redo most of it. Man, my hand, though. Ugh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, the wrist strain, really. I just feel like there should be more something to the back here. Maybe just more curve. Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Good call. Good call. I'm gonna have a sip. You know what else I could do? It's pain in my wrist. Take my evening pills. Ah, okay. Just looking for more, I don't know, something. And I think it's in the trunk is where I'm looking for it. Okay, I think I know what it is I want. This has come out too far. Oh man, that's a beautiful line. Okay, no, that's great. I just need a crack. I just need a bit of a crack, and the way you get a crack is with the crease. Give us a crease here. All right. Okay. Nope. Where's the metal? There's the metal. Just split them down the middle. And then I need a bit of a grundle lift. Wait a second. That was draw. I thought I was trying to get beyond grab. For some reason it worked. It's kind of weird to just be zooming right on up into a butt crack. I will admit. Can I get more crease headed this way, please? I don't want to make him too sexually. Oh God, I've way overdone this. I've way overdone this. Just take out some of that detail. Still supposed to be a little cartoon man. Although you said make him ripped, and I think we got there. He is, you know, for what KERBAL... This is KERBAL ripped. This is what KERBAL ripped is. So I feel like this spot, though, needs to join up a little bit better somehow. You know, musculature between the back and the arms is pretty specific. And I understand that a KERBAL doesn't have any of that, but you gotta have some of that. God damn it, that's a ripped-ass KERBAL. We just give him some nipples. Use some more crease polish, small, very faint. And let's give him just a little bit of a indication. Stuff there. Here. That. That. Feel like, yeah, that was a good call. Here. Okay. I think, though, that, like, we want him to be a little saggy in the tit. Saggy in the tit. I want this to be a little bit more hollow. Give him massive calf muscles. We should have some indent here. Smooth that out quite a bit, actually, and then bring back some of what I just took away. I do still want there to be some indication. Of a clavicle. Needs to round out quite a bit. And then I don't know what the hell's going on there. That ain't right, but... Okay. Yeah. You can see everything kind of pull into a common point. And then tighten that up a little. The buttocks are okay, but this will need to come into the rest of the leg a little bit better than that. Or come into the buttock better than that. And then we'll work on the legs in just a second if I feel like I've gotten there on the chest. It's just this up here needs to still be worked on. KERBAL weightlifter. There you go. That ain't bad. Maybe a little bony bump indication there or something. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe a little bit more. I think you could still have a little less chest here. Okay, I like the torso. There could be a little bit more going on in here, belly button kind of thing, but I'm not trying to make him full naked necessarily. Let's look at the legs, because I kind of like the bump there. It's giving me good ideas anyway. Not that I want to keep that bump especially, but I feel like I got good ideas for the shape of the musculature of the leg here. I'll bring this down like that, like whoa, kind of a thing. Yep. And then be the start of this, and bear in mind that this all like disappears under boot eventually. We don't need like too much going on here. Smooth that out, smooth that over a little bit. I like what we did in the back a lot. In the front, I don't know. I feel like if I make it any, if I give it any real amount of detail, it's just not going to work right. But I guess I can give him some thigh. I just feel like the body fat content here on a KERBAL is too much to get much detail out of the front of the legs. But in the back, you know, you have something. I think I'll pull this down a little bit more. It's kind of time for another retopo. Or, I mean, a remesh. Doesn't look like we lost anything to that remesh. Get a little bit of noise in there, actually. So I'm gonna hold off on any remesh. Try and save it for when we're going up to a higher level of detail, which we probably won't really need. So onto the arms then. We'll probably come back to the legs a little bit in front there, but let's see what we can do about these arms. The bulk is kind of already there, so if I just, I don't know, if I just grease polish in some definition. Exactly sure, so we'd want a V here. One goes into the other, and then probably I can a little bit more mass coming into that V. Just this weird ass, like, massive wrist hand thing. It's the biggest problem we got. Give me that crease again. Go put one in through here. make some kind of distinguishing mark. Look at that. I clutch pentakill. How you doing? Ayo, ayo. Counting my dough, sipping my mo, slipping and slow. Them skinny bitches saying hello. How you doing? Like I was fine until you started busting out the Busta Rhymes. I don't wasn't expecting that. Little line down the KERBAL's arm muscles there. We got ourselves a weird KERBAL musculature that nobody has ever tried to think about before or wanted to until now, but we figured it out. Now the world has to live with knowing what this would look like. It's funny, I've been following you for 5 years now, and I still remember perfectly why I did that. Why would you have done such a thing? Why would you have followed me?
We are many, you are but one.
Finkel? Einhorn is Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is a man. Einhorn is a man! Hello, Finkel. How you doing? Good morning. It seems like everybody's waking up at this particular moment. I've been here for 6.5 hours because my sleep schedule sucks. Schedule's all backwards and upside down and stuff. So here's our KERBAL. I think that's basically his musculature. The whole hand thing is a problem because they don't have hands, they have mittens. And the way that the mitten joins into the their arms get bigger the closer you get to the hand. The hand is the biggest thing. You haven't gone to sleep. Oh, okay. Well, who needs it, right? Who needs it? Maybe I'll just, polish it up a little bit more, maybe accentuate that. Yeah, I don't know if we need to accentuate it. Just fit it out a little bit. But I like this. I like what we've figured out for this. I think he's still cute. But he's also a sex symbol. I don't know what he is. Got lost playing KSP? Well, welcome to a completely different thing. I'm gonna try and carve it. We're not even on the head right now, so you can't carve in there. The body is kind of good. I'm going back to the... Wait, no. Before you go back to the head, save and incremental save. And then we'll go on to the head here and see what we want to do with, our lives in general. I'm gonna, like, why am I getting nothing out of you? Oh, because I wasn't selected on you. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, let's smooth it. Alt-Q to select into it. I don't know how I could have possibly forgotten that. The neck now looks huge in comparison to the rest of the body, but, I mean, I didn't design what a KERBAL is. I just redesigned it to 2016. Wait, no, it's 2025. That's right. That's weird that I went to 2016. Do KERBALs have Adam's apples? Because this one does. He's also gonna need some joining tendons and stuff. You good just arbitrarily decide to give KERBAL salad fingers. Hey! Apollo legend, rest in peace video regarding Cluster Chuck Connor Ace's thingy-wingy fake run. Yeah. A lot of people ran into me then. And, thanks very much to Apollo, and making that move and, making the video and working with me for that couple of weeks that it took for us to, put it all together in the first place, and then began the whole thing with Connor and the lies. And I was not, necessarily a fun guy to work with during that period either, because, what Apollo had to put up with was me going, I can't fucking believe this guy, 20 times a day. Can you fucking, being like, it's not our job to chase down every bullshit lie he can come up with and stuff like that. I didn't like that last stroke, but something like this probably. Thank you for trying to keep the integrity of the speedrunning community. Yeah. I'm now the like super moderator for the cluster truck speedrun for our community on SRC. And just recently brought on another super moderator because for a while there it was just me, and I was like, I shouldn't have unilateral authority, but I do. So now Noah and I are super mods, and we got a lot of people on the crew, but we're like massively behind on all the things that we're supposed to be doing. But it's because I've been taking this course on Blender. And now the course on Blender is wrapping up, so it's still gonna. I'm still not gonna start verifying anything. Oh God, look at this! Look at what I'm doing. Why? How am I? What? I didn't realize what I was doing, and then here we are, and I've done it. The neck is just so massive in comparison to the tiny little babby body. The wee babby body here. I made it too real. It can't be this real. Oh. Yeah, it needs to be smaller in general, I think. I think it can be this real, but it just needs to tighten in. You can have a life form that's like 70% neck. I guess that's a giraffe, but that's... Oh, dear. Chat head versus virgin body. Yeah, okay. This is working. This is working. I think we need to narrow this down in the back, though. Just move it all in. A little bit. I mean, you've got the spine, though. The way the spine connects, it does kind of need to do that. I just want to lose some of the mass of the neck. Okay. I mean, his Adam's apple is the size of his kidneys. There's no doubt. Oh, God. Pull that out a little bit more. I might be able to start thinking about potentially living with that someday. I think it's gotta like get wider up here now. I gotta have enough like material here that makes me believe he could possibly support this giant friggin' 9 head he's got. Okay. Okay, the neck works. It would be kind of time to join the head to the body, I think. Yeah, it might be time to join the head to the body. Let's go ahead and grab a save. Go to an incremental save. Head over here. Join the head to the body. And then back over here, and this is going to be a major retopology. So one of the benefits of, or remesh. One of the benefits of a remesh is that all these interior faces there are going to disappear. But this is the big guy, so we don't want to lose any of the detail we've created. So I'm going to go down to like 1.3, and we're going to remesh. And we're now at about 133,000 faces. And if we look in the grundle, you now see that there's a hole there now. Let's go to smoothing, and even less. I'm just gonna Smooth this out. The smoothing isn't, for the interior. It's being done on the exterior too, but this is a easy way to see it all at once and hit it all at once by being on the inside. And we come back out here. And it's looking pretty okay. I guess we do have the issue of this. This is not like the size of the faces anymore, is it? It is. Wow. The smoothness here is so weird that we don't have that smoothness here. That's... why? Why is there so much non-smoothedness in that area and not in this area? It might have something to do with, like, shade smooth. I don't... yeah. Shade smooth. So we had shade smooth working for the head, but not the body, I guess. Weird little things with Blender. There. Okay. Let's try and ease this transition into the head a little bit. Okay. I think we got ourselves like a KERBAL model. This is a modern KERBAL boy. His eye got a little bit deformed, but that just gives him more character. Actually, probably first, let's see if we can't smooth this out anymore. Get rid of any of these little weird striations and stuff. The irises are defined on the model. I think the irises are a separate object still. Okay, now that I've done that, I'll come back with you. Let's get some power here. Try and tighten this up. That line felt horrible and wrong and bad in all of the ways. I mean, it doesn't look like it's completely wrong. On the official model, too? Oh, really? The irises are defined on the model. Just give me the smooth. Give me a lot more power here. I'm just trying to avoid losing the crease that we just made while easing out the area around it. Okay, a little bit more, but finer this time. Maybe we try the crease sharp. How much power has the crease sharp got? Okay, and one more pass with the smooth, but like very carefully here. Yeah, too close. It's a slightly weird thing to have the eye, you know, protruding from the mesh as part of the mesh. But it is what it is. So now what? Now that we've done all that, give me the crease polish. And now we could add in, like, some significant, like, facial detail and stuff like that. I'm going to save here. Save incremental. And let's just reduce the power on that. And see what happens when I start doing weird stuff. You've never seen on a KERBAL before, anyway. Oh shit, he just got evil. Undo! Undo! Just trying to give you some eyelids, boy. Boyo. Yeah, just don't go starting to get evil on me. So he's done a little heroin in his life. Like, who hasn't? That he among you who has never known blow cast the first stone. You should be working from a reference of like a gecko frog or something that has eyes like this that are on the exterior of its goddamn head. Oh, that wrist. Okay, that's like good and creepy, right? But we're gonna smooth it out so that it's not good and creepy, but just feels like right. So that's what's gonna happen here somehow. We're hoping. Or it's just gonna remain good and creepy. That's possible too. Just ease it out. And eventually can get that subtle pull. And now I'm going to bring back in like some of the exaggerative stuff. But I just wanted that subtle pull to start. Now let's give him like, you know, eyelid. This feels like a job for crease sharp. Oh god, that is just fucking creepy. Yeah, that is. That's why I tried to bring in the crease sharp, damn it. I don't know what to do about that, actually. Give me a super powerful crease sharp. Just don't click so many times that you can't go back. Give me inflate, maybe? Inflate, 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 inflate. I said don't click so many times as you can't go back, and pretty sure that's what we've done here. This is going to work out. I think we'll be fine. And if not, we made saves and there's reverts and stuff like that. Well, a little bit too much there. Smooth this all out nice. Okay, and then back in with that crease sharp. Okay. And then with the polish. Incidentally, girl, you looks good. Why don't you back that ass up? You's a fine motherfucker. Why don't you back that ass up? Call me Big Daddy when you back that ass up. Ho, who is you playing with? Back that ass up. I have some of these things stuck in my head. Like, they're going, and then you're not hearing them, and I'm like, you know who would enjoy this? Everyone in chat. Yeah, but then the things and stuff. Why are you suddenly so powerful? Oh, you're the sharp. I was reaching for this. It can be a little bit more powerful than it is. We need like a little bit more topology. When we step back, you see what I've done there. And I'm going to keep doing. Is that creepy out yet? It's a little bit. I don't know, man. It's a little bit. I don't know. I still feel like it needs like more bubbling. Actually, with the crease U, could I accentuate that with the reverse crease? Can you hear the wet blinking sound? You would need a lot of skin to get over the top of that eye. Oh my god. It gets more evil whenever I bring that in, but you know, it needs to come in. It's actually starting to work. Oh man. Uh, huh. Not that small, but yeah, smaller. This is more. That's a little bit. It's a little bit much. Just tap that out. Oh, creepy. We need a lot more topology for the face. That's the thing. But this might be like a good place to add in a multi-res modifier and... Well, no, we'd have to do a retopology to make that make sense. I think I just give myself more... down to like... here. Save. And then try it. Okay, that doubles the face count. This is really interesting stuff to me. This is just wild. Definitely at a point where we should be ending the live stream, though, so there's that. You do realize this means you need to do a KERBAL stream again soon so you can use this model in the thumbnail, right? That's an interesting idea. Oh, wait, that's still that. I want this. If the YouTube algorithm is ever going to like anything that I do again, it's waiting for me to do another KERBAL speed run, I think. It was really heavily recommending my KSP speed runs round for a while there. End of last year and into this one a little bit too. Oop, no. Yeah, take that back out a little bit. Just smooth this down. I know I just put the detail there. It's like I'm taking it away, but you don't understand. You just don't get it. Okay? So shut up. Yeah. The eyes are important. Probably spending too much time on them at this point is probably the main issue. Is that I'm going to want to do more adjustments. Are going to require retopologies and stuff like that. And then it's going to be like, oh, now you lose all the detail that you put in there, you idiot. He looks tired. Boy, does he look tired. Damn it. I don't like how tired he looks. Try and ease out some of the lines here and see if that helps with the tiredness. It did. It actually did. He still looks a bit tired, but we can soften out this, which will reduce the amount of bag under the eye effect. And that's a thing. The eyelid definition is giving eye bags. Yeah. Yeah, it helps a little bit to do this, but as long as he's going to have any kind of an eyelid, which he doesn't have to, it's just what I decided to give a try there. But if I raise this up... Take some of the edge off of the middle and off of the sides. Really, it's this. This is the spot. This is the... If we can eliminate that and just ease it in, then that helps. That helps a bit. And I just want to be like, I want to do the stupid levels of detail on here that you really probably shouldn't do, you know? It's just what I'd like to give a try to. So, start with you. I don't know, actually. First we got that. I feel like I need to smooth this back out after a recent remesh. Okay, and then you just need more power. Don't want him to have a hair lip. Don't want him to have a lip in the middle. I guess I just gotta go really small for this. want to see if we can give him a bit of a lip. Damn it. It's not enough power to do anything. I'm trying to figure out ways to give this guy detail that you don't usually get on a Kerbal. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the level that I wanted up here too, but I have a lot more trouble getting it up here. Hey, there's a little something coming through. It's a weird technique, but it kind of worked. Raising that up a touch. And then how much does smoothing do to destroy everything that I just worked for? Yeah, no, that's going in place. That's kind of nice. Oh, hey. Got some weirdness with the mirror on the teeth there. Mirror on the teeth there, please don't think. In the bedroom sink, and I take you to a restaurant that's got glass tables. You can watch yourself while you are eating. Mirror in the bathroom. You're my mirror in the bathroom. Yeah, I'm not hating this. It's getting somewhere. Kerbal with a fulcrum. Kerbal with the fulcrum on. It's Kerbal with the fulcrum on. All of my topical and modern musical references. Fuck the lack of a nose for it to connect to. He's got a mild raise of skin. That's a nose. Okay. Let's not forget that we gave him a hero's butt chin. We can exaggerate that a little bit. smooth it out. Take off the high edges. That's a little bit too much, but like some in there will be wanted. Yeah, that's pretty nice. The bump is a little bit too much, but let's add it a little something. Now, if I kind of define the jawline. Also, imply that there are veins under the skin and stuff. Subtly. Subtly. So we make the marks and then we take them away and that kind of a thing. And this is where the bags in the eyes came in that I didn't like, and I took them out, but I can't believe what we've done here. I can't believe you've done this. So some of these lines are, you're throwing them in around where the plates of the bone of the head would be, but, you don't have to be, you have to care about every single one of them. You throw them in and then you smooth them out and you're creating just that little bit of deformation that helps to create realism, that extra layer of detail. And if you can if you're able to trust yourself with the, just having an idea of what works visually. And I've been doing graphic design work for quite a while now, so I feel like I've got an eye for some of this stuff. Okay, so here's a crazy idea. And then we smooth it out, mostly. Take it away, but it's still kind of there. Mm-hmm. And then, you think he's got, like, worry lines? And the sharp tool is kind of crazy. No worry lines? I don't know. I like just the detail that it adds. Kerbals are too dopey to stress out too much. That's pretty fair. Okay, very little subtle details there. And now we come down here with the fine tool selected, give it a little bit more power. And maybe even like smaller, but higher power. Nothing's happening. Still nothing's happening. It's just too small. Yeah, it's too small. What I'm trying to do is too much for the current level of detail. Alright, fair enough. Little passes around the body here. He's not gonna stay naked, is he? Oh. Little touches that do nothing, so let's not waste your time. This is our KERBAL. At the end of the day, I think this is our KERBAL. He needs, you know, a suit and some more detailing, and then we'll bake him down, and we'll get this guy into KSP1. It's entirely possible we could get it in there. Is this peak specimen what Houston looks like, or is he a human? Is Houston a human? These are good questions that I don't have to answer. Yeah, I think we're good here. It's a save. I can't think of anything like significant else to do that wouldn't start on a whole nother process. We've already been here for 7 hours and 10 minutes. The first 2 hours we're not modeling at all, so it actually took like 4 hours basically to get to this point. We lost a significant amount of work from one live stream break to the other as well, but 4 hours for this little man apparently. 3.5 to 4. It's hard to walk away from, you just want to keep working on it. You want to keep adding little layers and levels of things. A little bit of that. All right, my man. I'm saving you. And then I'm going to save incremental so that the next one we open will be a thing. And then, I don't know, maybe just for fun here at the end with the shading, come over here, give him a material. Can I go out of the program with that? I can. There you go. I just made him KERBAL colored. Oh my god, those eyes. Oh, those teeth. Ah. Make him a shiny guy. Make him a flat dude. Put him somewhere in there. Back over here. Rendered mode. You know what? I'll give him studio lighting. As a closer for the end of the stream, I will give him studio lighting. So I'll switch this over to an area light. We'll make it a square, and we'll give it like 24 inches, at least to start. And from over top, I'll bring you up here. We'll rotate you a bit like that. Have a look at what we're doing here. I think you can come down lower, and you can point up a bit more. Okay. And then, how much do we want here? Say 100. And in fact, we should really start with our, point light. But I think I want our point light on the other side. So yeah, you stay at like a 24-inch, and then 7. Give me a duplicate. Bring it over here. Spin it to you. Put you down to a much smaller light, so you'll cast the harsh shadows. And then this guy. Come down to just fill in a little bit of the back there. Actually, the light isn't that bad. If I went even lower with you, I think I like it with that. Yeah. But you, do you want to go more? Nah, you're good. And then the final component of some studio lighting. Why do you show? Oh, because you're very small. Would be go to 7, make another light, put it back behind you. Maybe like here. And then actually you might be pretty strong. Let's go ahead and I'm just going to click on you. I'm going to focus on you. Pull back a little. I'm going to pull my camera to you. Okay. Get you more or less centered up. And then that last light that I put up is going to get a pretty significant color. I'll lean toward the blues, I guess. And then these lights should lean toward room temperature warmth. And then we come to you. And jack that up. I'm just going to move you behind a little bit more. Yeah. That's not horrific. Exactly. I might throw in like a overhead definition light. Or just bring you higher. And angle you down more. Bring you over a little bit more. And so now you're throwing that light very, very downward, which gives us a little bit more definition. But we need more from the fill light now. And I feel like it probably needs to be lower to pick that up. So, give me you. Bring you down. I'm actually going to put you like that. I can't just ease out some of those extra. It's some weird lighting, actually. Replying to our miscolored, what do we say? I missed why he doesn't have hair. He does, it's just, yeah, it's carved in at this point. Yeah, that's actually, I think I liked the lighting before I futz with it a little bit more, but it's just a final wrap up here, and we'll do some cycles, and maybe, honestly, like, select all, and let's bring you up to floor level. Bring everything up to floor level, and now you are, and cursor to world origin, and give me a plane, and scale the plane up. Okay, and then for the plane, boss the plane, let's give it a dark color with high roughness. Or we could do the other way and go for like a lot of reflectivity. There's nothing to reflect. So back to shading. Fair whack of roughness to you. Go to layout here. And God, the eye is freaking me out, man. Why aren't there two of it? Where's the other one? Dude, where's the other one? Make your mirror object this guy. Ah, there's your problem. Okay. And just so that you're not freaking me out quite so much, yet another material. This one, black, all roughness. Back to here. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a few. That's a few. Whoa, what? I was gonna, like, try and select the eye so we could make it white, but we have to, like, remodel for that. We have to go do a retopology to get to that point. Okay. Zoom out. Green F12. That denoising took a second. So there's a cycles render of our KERBAL boy. I liked him better before we gave him any color. It's weird. My eyes are like telling me that there's red in there. Are your eyes telling you that there's red in there? Look at that. There ain't no red in there. We haven't given a red color at all, but my eyes are just like, yeah, I can see his tongue. Wow. Well, that was fun. And I think we will do this again on another live stream. Soonish. But really, this is our guy at the end of the day. In fact, make the lights go away so we're not looking at all that stuff. Maybe material preview could be fun. Oh, God, no. Let's look at him from this one. This is our boy. And we've figured out the anatomical physique of a KERBAL, where all the musculature is and how everything ties together. And I love the head. I love how much like detail there is, but it's still very much a KERBAL head. How we would ever like separate the hair from anything else to paint it is the texture painting. I'm not sure how that would happen. But I do like what we got. Do I have in this mode? I'm not using cavity shading. Ah. And I do use world or screen in this mode. Oh my God, with the screen there. Here's some cavity shading for you. See the exaggerated version. World? World is a little bit more honest. It's just a mild exaggeration of the shading there. You see all the little lines I carved into the face. That was fun. We made a KERBAL. And we're done. And we're done. We're done. That was a 7.5 hour Blender live stream. Whites of the eyes being green disturbed me greatly. Yes, indeed. Thank you for joining me. I need to go get myself something to eat. Because I've had a cheese stick, and that's for the past 7 hours. I had a cheese stick. And I'm tired. Let everybody know it's time to wake up, and that I am the Ronin Pawn. So we'll be back here this Sunday. I don't see that there's any reason why I'll miss another live stream. We missed a couple of live streams. I had a doctor's appointment, personal issues, stuff like that, but I don't see why we need to miss one in the future anytime soon. And I would like to do some more Blender, pick up on this KERBAL, and see where it goes. So maybe we'll do that this Sunday at sometime in the middle of the goddamn night, probably, because my sleep schedule's all messed up and we have no idea when the live streams will start. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for joining me. And I hope to see you back here on another day. Pawn out.